What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. What is it, Friday night? I guess that means it's the Friday Night Radio Baloney Live. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. How's everybody doing out there? Looks like we've got Trudeau Survivor, Rosie. How you guys doing? Let's see. Who got like number one? It must be Trudeau Survivor must have got like number one. As everybody knows, we stream on Rumble, YouTube, X, and Locals. And whoever gets the first stream on each of those gets double good karma, because you get good karma every time you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, whatever. But when you get the first on any of those platforms, you get double good karma. Now that could be as many as 8 good karmas. In these troubled times, folks, I mean, come on. What a beautiful thing that is. A beautiful thing. It's nature's greatest miracle. All right. How you doing, Rosie? Good to see you. Well, let's just get to it. Now, I got a new clip for the boat channel, as you guys can see. Now, my understanding is that she is some sort of highly esteemed boat scientist. As I understand it, a boat scientist, something like that. Anyway, very impressive, apparently. Let's get to the menu. We'll go through everything that we're going to talk about tonight. Then we will come back to the chat, and then we will get into the stories in detail. First off, what are we talking about? We got Trump saying nice things about Elon Musk again. We're all hoping for that, weren't we? It was so upsetting. We're going to talk about Trump. Maybe he's not going to get nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, he's not going to win the Nobel Peace Prize. He'd have to be Obama and do absolutely nothing to win it. But there's a lot going on. Brokered a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia that's been decades of conflict. Looks like there might be some progress with Russia, Ukraine, although I certainly wouldn't hold my breath about that. We'll take a look about that. We have Nova Scotia, Canada. Now, you've probably heard that Canada sucks, right? Canada is terrible and getting worse. So now the, supposedly conservative premier of Nova Scotia is just banned going into the woods, ostensibly to prevent forest fires. So I guess 2020 was just a trial run, huh? Because it was, people were predicting, global warming lockdowns. So I guess the conspiracies were all true. We're going to talk about the Canadian military here. Apparently, according to the CBC experts, and we're going to look at these people, by the way, and see exactly who they are. But these CBC experts, apparently the Canadian Armed Services, just a bunch of white supremacists, hate people and stuff, and it all has to change. And the Canadian military isn't going to get fixed, not with a liberal government. But we're going to take a look into these two people. I want to show you the circle jerk that Canadian media, Canadian funded research groups, and Canadian institutions are. It's just embarrassing. We'll get into all of that. We'll spend a bit of time on that, actually, because there's a lot. And it's a great example of why nothing changes and why we need a new government. Let's see. We've got some woke mind virus here, which is really fun. Look at this. Look at this goofy dingbat. You just know she's a dingbat. You just take one look at her, and you know nothing sensible is coming out of her mouth. She is a 100% pure goofy dingbat. And I will prove that to you. But later on, we're going to take a look at some memes. Memes are fun. We do tons of memes here. Good times. We're going to see Pierre Poilievre here, and he's talking about a bunch of stuff, everything that's going wrong in Canada. And it's a good thing he's doing that. And as soon as we can get him to be prime minister, the better it will be for Canada. But it's not going to be yet. Talk about Mark Carney and all of his many, many failures. I want to show you a Canadian media bias, Canadian economy. These are all kind of short. We won't spend too much time on those. What else we got? We got some more Canadian stuff, but all of these things we'll be going through fairly quickly. And then we have the last one. We have the last tab, which is just the kind of mixed up random stuff. There's some like stand-up comedy. There's Babylon Bee. There's that goofy dingbat Mom Downey. He's a commie. He's a commie, this guy. Now he's doing that eating with your fingers thing. You know, he doesn't do that normally. It's gross. He's just doing the slop thing, eating the slop with your fingers thing. It's gross. You can see he doesn't like it. He's offended by it. But he does it because apparently that's what you have to do. Apparently you're racist if you eat with utensils now. I mean, look at him. He's got food all over his freaking fingers. Look at that. It's disgusting. So this is a thing now. We're going to talk about that, this trend. We're going to talk about the WNBA because there's crazy things happening with the Whoa, what's that? Oh, we'll come back to that later. Yeah, the WNBA has, it's just very silly. Can it last forever? I don't know. But there's lots of stuff. We got some Jordan Peterson there. We got lots of crazy stuff. All right. Hopefully we can get through everything. There won't be something right at the end that we'll just have to leave till next time. Hopefully. I'm hoping for that. Anyway, yes, as I was saying, a highly regarded boat scientist. So that's the relevance of this clip. All right. Nevada, good to see ya. Where's everybody in the chat? What's going on? What the heck is going on? Oh, we got some of our classic ads here. What about gaming chairs? You guys like those? Those are fun times. Maybe we'll wait to do the ad reads. We'll wait. Wait till more people show up. All right, you guys got to give me something to talk about in the chat. Rosie says, app stopped loading, had to move to laptop. Ooh. A little bit glitchy. I guess there's still little glitches sometimes. Apparently my VPN. Weird. All right. Nevada got like number 5. Who got like number 1? Nobody told me. Whoever got like number 1, it's triple good karma. Triple. And Nevada's the first one to tell me the where his position in the like rankings. So we're going to do something different. You get double good karma, but the second place only gets 1.5, and then the next one, third, gets 1.4, and then the next one gets 1.3. So we're mixing it up. Rosie says boating scientists must make more money than they used to. Expensive hair, nails, and jewelry. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming here she's on a research project, doing something, researching, I don't know, hydrodynamics or something like that. I can only assume. But I think it's probably, I think it probably pays well. Rosie says, oh, and expensive plastic surgery. So judgy. Why would you say such a thing? Bad Uncle Frank says, how you doing, Bad Uncle? That's a good name, by the way. Bad Uncle Frank. That's a good one. That reminds me, I need to get new flotation devices. You should ask her about it. She's a boat scientist. Or maybe like a water scientist. I don't know. I don't even know what you call them. All right, let's just go to this first thing, which is Trump. Are Trump and Elon Musk going to get back together? I don't know, but let's hear this. Let's hear this. Apparently, he's not mad at him anymore.
On that subject,
please.
though.
A new Gallup poll says that Elon Musk is the most unpopular public figure in the country right now. I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment, really bad moment, but he's a good person. I believe that.
President Trump, are you keeping that on that subject?
Yeah, please.
So that's good. That's some progress there, because really, they're a fantastic team. They really are. I'd like to see them get back together again. Trump has a heart of gold. Maybe that's a little strong. I mean, I think he is a good person. Who does have some flaws, like everybody does. Let's see. I think his intentions are actually good, and I think his intentions are to, firstly, save the United States from leftist catastrophe, and I think secondly, save Western civilization. And that's the kind of language that we've gotten out of his administration. All right, I've got too many tabs here. Let's see. What are you guys saying? All right, back to the chat. Let's see. Rosie says, I say that because, hold on a second. I say that because exact round symmetry is, hold on. There we go. Back onto the voting channel. Exact round symmetry. Well, now that you mention it, let's see. Trudeau Survivor says she's definitely a treasure hunter digging for gold. She's digging for gold in my heart. And it hurts. And Amanda says she's got her own life fast. Are you saying there's some balloons in there? Rosie says definitely her own Mae West flotation device. Yes. Yes. Would you leave this poor young scientist woman alone? Rosie says, psyop, they were never apart. Nevada says, Trump's a nice guy. What everybody who knows him personally says is he's a very nice, generous person. Even like Bill Maher, who went to go meet, who hated Donald Trump, was like, you know, he's actually not that guy. He's not the guy on TV. He's not the guy that you see in the press conferences. Let's see. All right, well, let's move on. I feel like the next one is these peace deals. I feel like doing something a bit lighter first. Let's go into here. Let's go into this last one. Let's deal with this slop eating trend. Right now, apparently it's white supremacy to eat with a knife and fork, to use utensils. So the only like ethical way to eat is by grabbing slop and shoving it into your face up to like your second knuckle. So let's take a look. What's going on here?
The reason why people don't eat with your hands is because your food is not delicious.
So the reason that white people don't eat with their hands is because the food is not delicious. Because the food is not delicious. Interesting. That's such an interesting and idiotic take. Let's continue.
The reason why people don't eat with your hands is because your food is not delicious.
Well, the reason why I personally don't eat slop with my hands is because it's disgusting. Because it's totally disgusting. Let me just seem to be having a few issues with the computer. I hope this is not going to be a problem for the whole stream. Hold on.
The reason why people don't eat with your hands is because your food is not delicious.
Seem to be having a problem with the videos cutting. Like, because the interesting part of this video is where she shoves that food like up to here. She shoves her fingers up to here into her mouth. Because that's not disgusting, apparently. Because that's the civilized way to eat. Let me try this one more time. Hold on.
It's because your food is not delicious.
Why is it doing that? All right, let's get on to the next one. Here's Zoran Mamdani. So he's got to jump on the trend. He doesn't like white people. He wants to tax them more for being white. So, and he's a commie, and yeah, I guess this is like a virtue signal now to eat slop with your fingers. Let's take a look.
So the third holy grail of taboo.
He's actually not doing it right. You're supposed to actually stick your fingers right into your mouth for some reason.
Who's in American politics? You have socialism, you have Islam, and then you have Palestine. And you are really going for the trifecta.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Tell me, why is Palestine a part of your politics?
When you grow up as someone, especially in the third world, you have a very different understanding of the Palestinian struggle.
Or maybe it's just that it's fashionable right now and everybody has to do that. Maybe he doesn't like Jews either. That's also another possibility. Let's see. Hold on. We've got another eating slop with your hands thing here. Where is it? It's down here a little bit, I think. Where is that eating slop with your fingers video? Oh, that's a really gross one. We have to go back to that one. Hold on. I'm sure we have another eating slop with your fingers thing in here somewhere. Where would it be? Where would it be? Hold on. Let's go back to the top. That is a disgusting one. That's a really disgusting one. Let's see. Where is see? That's a funny one. Where is the eating slop with you? No, that's not it. That's a dog eating. The dog even wants a utensil. It's crazy. Here we go. Let's check this one. So it's not the hands that bother you. Okay, I can't play that music. Let's start over. It's not the hands that bother you. It's the culture behind them. Or is it picking up slop with your fingers and shoving your fingers in your mouth? Is that what it is? Because she doesn't do that with this. She doesn't shove her fingers in her mouth. It's dry food. This is wet, sloppy food. Like, why? Like, there's hygiene issues. It's not civilized. Why? Like, are you going to get food poisoning to prove a point, to be fashionable, to be fashionably colonialism or something? By the way, white people aren't the only people in the world who use utensils. Like, you ever heard of like chopsticks? Like, other people around the world develop their own. I think it's because these people are so historically illiterate. White people invented cutlery to like oppress minorities or something. Well, it's weird, right? I don't think anybody said, how do we oppress the people the British? Did they say, what crime against humanity can we commit against the people in our empire? We'll make them eat with a fork so they don't get food poisoning. Oh, we'll also abolish slavery. So that's good. They won't like that one because they've been doing it since time immemorial. So we'll have to force them to stop. But we'll do that too. That's how we'll punish these people out of racism for white supremacy. We'll make everybody eat with utensils and we'll ban slavery. That'll show them. That's as white supremacist as you can get. I guess it is. Imagine the stupidity here. It's only because it's racism against the culture of eating slop with your fingers and getting food poisoning. I don't know. It seems kind of dumb to me. That's different. What she's doing there is different than this. It actually makes me feel sick to see people eating slop like that. It's disgusting. Why do these people think that holding a sandwich and eating it is equivalent to sucking rice and curry off your fingers? Because they don't actually believe any of it. And this woman does not do this when she's not filming herself for TikTok, right? Because it's disgusting. She uses a fork or a spoon for her slop. It really is weird. It's actually unbelievably idiotic. Like, do you think Mom Donnie goes home and gets a plate of, rice or whatever and sits in front of the TV and shovels it into his face with his hands? Of course he doesn't. This is all just for show. This is white people bad, white culture bad. Everything's white supremacy. Let me just shovel this into my face here with all this rice all over my hands. Weird. Personally, I think the only reason they eat like that in the third world is because they can't afford cutlery. Because nothing else makes any damn sense. I love shoving food into my... why can we not see it? She shoves her fingers into her mouth, like right up to here. It's disgusting. So, what is the point of that? We don't shovel food into our mouths with our fingers. We don't shovel slop into our mouths with our fingers because our food isn't delicious enough. So if the food is just too delicious, you can't even take the time for a fork. You have to shovel it in. You have so little self-control that you can't help but just start grabbing handfuls of food and shoving it into your face. I don't know, pretty weird, I think. I think it's pretty weird and pretty dumb. Pretty weird and and we're on to you, Zoran, you stinking commie. We know what you're up to. Let's check out something else here. I wanted to let's look at, and maybe not that one quite yet. Hold on. This I just want to not that. Ugh. We can't do that one yet. Let's just go back to the chat for a second. There we go. We'll go back to the boat scientist. What are you guys talking about? Then we'll get on to the serious news. Let's see. Rosie says, really, belly chain? What do you think, the thing that she's wearing? I'd say belly chain. Sounds so common. Thought it would sound really pretty and enticing. That is how it looks. Well, it's a belly chain. Yeah, I don't know. Seems all right to me. Someone buy her a shovel. A shovel? What? Oh, you're talking about the lady shoving food into her face. Grabbing handfuls of slop and shoving it into her face because apparently it's too delicious to eat with a fork or a spoon. JJ Nawada says, you better tell us about the nuclear kid tonight, Richie. It's coming. It's the very last thing we're gonna talk about. The very last. Let's see. Are you talking about the one with the who's shoveling the food in her face? Her ring looks like 18,000. Nevada says, I wonder how much food is stuck under her ring. Probably a lot. The thing is, that woman doesn't shovel food into her face with her fingers, with her hands. She doesn't grab handfuls of food and shove it into her face unless she's making a TikTok video. Because the world is that pathetic now. Yeah, and under the fingernails. Good point, Rosie. Under the fingernails. Just disgusting. Bad Uncle Frank asks, actually, an interesting question. I was wondering this myself. How do they eat soup? Well, I guess they just cup their hands in it and then bring it up to their mouth and slurp, I guess. Or I guess they could just hold up the bowl and slurp. But I feel like that wouldn't be anti-colonialist enough. So they would probably have to cup their hands in the soup, then bring it up to their mouth and slurp that. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting racism. Let's see. Rogue Thought, good to see you. Trudeau Survivor says, her food tastes like whatever door handle she last grabbed. I think you're right. I mean, that's the whole thing with utensils, right? It's so you don't get food poisoning. All right. Let's get to this. I better have some rant juice first, though. Delicious. All right. So, so it looks like there's talk. Well, there is talk. It looks like there is some hope for a Ukraine-Russia peace deal brokered by Trump. I'm not holding my breath for that because I just don't see where the leverage is, but there is some encouraging talk happening. And here we see leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia at Peace Summit agree to jointly nominate Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. So he's brokered a deal between these two, Azerbaijan and Armenia, who have had, it's been decades of conflict now. So, and they seem very happy. Now, as we know, Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for doing literally nothing, just for not being Bush. That was it. Will they ever give one to Trump? No. He could be the greatest peace broker of all time. He's not getting one, but let's listen to this.
If I could ask a question of your guests and also of you.
Yeah.
Of the guests, will the Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh be allowed to return? And also, do you have any thoughts on the talk about President Trump winning the Nobel Peace Prize? And for President Trump, you're working on resolving two other major conflicts. In Gaza, you've spoke of resettling the Gazans. The country of Somaliland has expressed potential interest if you were to diplomatically recognize their independence. Are you inclined to do so? And also, did President Putin present an award to Mr. Witkoff during their recent visit?
He likes Mr. Witkoff, I can tell you that. That's true. Please, go ahead.
I think President Trump deserved to have a Nobel Peace Prize, and we will defend that, and we will promote for that, and that's obvious. So, and today's event, I think, is a very bright expression of that, and hopefully you will invite us to
front row. You'll be front row.
Yeah. We are in favor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I have a suggestion?
Yes.
So maybe we agree with Prime Minister Pashinyan to send a joint appeal to Nobel Committee to award President Trump with the Nobel Peace Prize, because from the leaders of the countries which were at war for more than 3 decades, having this historic signature here, it really means a lot. This is tangible result of President Trump's leadership, and no one could have achieved that. There have been many presidents here since beginning of 90s.
Yeah, including Barack Obama, who did literally nothing and got a Nobel Peace Prize. He did nothing. He just became the drone king. Will they give one to Trump? Absolutely not. But if they were concerned with actual tangible results, well, here, you had the Abraham Accords in his first term. Of course they won't give it to him, though. Of course they won't. They'll probably give another one to Barack Obama. Probably. Let's see. So this is what's happening. It's kind of the backdrop to what's happening with Ukraine and Russia right now. And it is a hopeful sign, right? It's like a good omen, maybe. Again, I don't see that there is, I don't think anybody should get their hopes up too high on that, because whatever deal that Russia would agree to would probably be unacceptable to, like, Europe and to Zelensky. So, and they'd be wise to take any deal right now where Ukraine stays a country, because the only other option is just simply terms of surrender. Because it's an attritional war. You've got one side with a lot more people. You've got a much larger economy, much larger war industry. They've got more of everything, people, weapons, everything. So there's only one way that can actually go. But let's see. Here's from GB News. Let's hear what this guy has to say. And you see the kind of delusional thinking here, but let's go.
So a Trump-Putin summit is back on the table. Apparently it could happen within days. The Kremlin says a location's been agreed for talks with the US president, just as his ceasefire deadline for Russia is set to expire on Friday. Trump says there's a very good prospect of meeting with both Putin and Zelensky to end the war, but he warns, I don't call it a breakthrough. I'm here to get the thing over with. Ukraine's president says that he's open to talks, but demands, quotes, bravery from Moscow, while Russia has left the idea of a three-way summit without comment. Despite looming US sanctions, Russian airstrikes continue. Let's go now to former strategic communications advisor to Pavlo Klimkin when he was Ukraine's foreign affairs minister. Remember him. It's Cormac Smith. Cormac, thank you very, very much. Okay, so what do we know about this potential meeting? Do you see it taking place? Where do you see it taking place?
Patrick, hello. Nice to join you. Yeah, to answer your question, I think the answer is there's very little that we actually know. And, I have been listening to so many people comment today, from John Bolton, and Trump's former security advisor, who he's famously fallen out with, to Dmytro Kuleba, who was the former foreign minister of Ukraine, who I worked very closely with between 2016 and 2028.
Well, John Bolton won't be happy until the entire world goes up in a nuclear fireball. But anyway,
when I was out there, I'll tell you one thing we do know. the war is not going to end tomorrow, as per Donald Trump's deadline. What I can pick up is there's talk of a summit next week. What I think we can say with a certain amount of certainty is Vladimir Putin will not want Zelensky in that summit. He will want a bilateral between himself and Trump. This will not be acceptable to the Ukrainians, and we are getting sounds out of the White House. And there was a journalist on the New York Post who said today that a source in the White House had told her that Trump was putting a condition that Zelensky should be in those meetings. We really don't know. The other thing that I have pieced together today from the people I have been speaking to is the likely shape of the deal which Steve Witkoff has come back with. Now, listen to this carefully. This would be a freezing of the war on the current lines for between 49 and 99 years. This is not a peace. This is a ceasefire that would be ceding de facto control to Russia, not de jure control. What I am being told is that the sweeteners for Ukraine may be EU membership, possible NATO membership, and also continuing arms supply. Not de jure control. What I am being told is that the sweeteners for Ukraine may be EU membership, possible NATO membership, and also continuing arms supply.
I don't see either of those. You have to remember that Trump has no leverage here, right? So Russia, if the war continues, Russia will win. It's just, that's the nature of this attritional war, right? They will win. They're grinding them down, and eventually Ukraine will collapse. I'm not like picking sides here. That's just the reality on the ground. Like every day, at some point along that front, it's moving west. It's not going the other way, right? It's pretty clear at this point what's happening. Now let's go down and see. So here, this is all in Russian, so we can't understand it. But let's take a look from Tony Lane. Kremlin aide Yuri Ushakov confirms the U.S. just made an offer Russia is ready to accept. Ready to accept. The proposal from the American side is deemed acceptable, he said. What kind of deal did President Trump just pull off behind the scenes? Peace through strength. I think the problem here is that any deal that the Russians would accept, the Ukrainians won't, because it'll be too much. Unless behind the scenes, Zelensky and the leadership there have just recognized that it's totally hopeless, that there's going to be a major collapse, and it's just time to try and salvage what they can. But I mean, Putin has been very clear. The Russians have been very clear the entire time. There can be no Zelensky. There has to be denazification. There can be no EU membership or NATO membership or any foreign troops in Ukraine. Has to be total neutrality. If that is the case, if it has degraded to the point where Zelensky is ready to say, okay, we just can't do this anymore, that will be presented to the world as Trump being Putin's bitch, of course, even though what it will do is save an enormous amount of lives and prevent, the inevitable end, which would just simply be terms of surrender. I mean, the Ukrainians have fought incredibly bravely and skillfully. They're probably the second best military in the world right now, but it's David and Goliath, and at the end of the day, the job of each side is to kill more of the others than get killed yourself. And if you have a lot more men, you're just going to be able to last it out. It's an attritional war. Let's see. So that's why I am highly skeptical about a deal being done, is that it won't be acceptable, or it hasn't been. There's been absolutely nothing realistic that's come out of the Ukrainian side at all. And the best time for them would have been in late 2022 after their very successful counteroffensive. After that, it was kind of their fate was kind of sealed, unfortunately. Let's see. What is Trump saying here? So he's saying there's going to be some swapping of territories. Well, we'll have to see.
Well, you're looking at territory that's been fought over for 3.5 years with, a lot of Russians have died, a lot of Ukrainians have died. So we're looking at that, but we're actually looking to get some back and some swapping. It's complicated. It's actually nothing easy. It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both. And but we'll be talking about that either later or tomorrow or whatever. Well, you're looking at territory that's
maybe. I mean, what I would expect would be it's going to go to just terms of surrender, to be honest. But we will have to see. What are they talking about here? Let's see this. My expectation is that this will fall apart, but maybe I'm wrong.
To achieve that ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Remember, he said he would end this war in 24 hours. And this is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive when it comes to the secret offer that reports suggest that Trump's team has made to Vladimir Putin. Now, this has been accessed by CNN News 18. Reports suggest Moscow received a favorable ceasefire proposal from Trump's circle, allegedly coordinated with European powers. Key terms include the de facto recognition of Russia's territorial gains, the dropping of sanctions, a non-expansion pledge from NATO, and continued U.S. military aid to Ukraine, but on acceptable terms to Russia. This deal was hammered out after the meeting between Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Russian President Vladimir Putin. So this is the big news that's coming in when it comes to this massive concession that could be coming in from the Trump administration to Vladimir Putin. Remember, Donald Trump wants to achieve peace, wants to achieve this ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, something he had promised on the campaign trail. But are the concessions too high coming in from the Western powers to the Russian Federation? Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, this is a very sweet deal, but it seems that the other NATO allies and even Ukraine may not go with it. But is Trump trying to create a position where they will have no choice but to go with such a deal where Russia ends up keeping all of its territorial gains, pretty much carving up half of Ukraine?
If Trump does manage to negotiate something here, he will get no credit, for one. He will be called a Putin puppet or whatever. And he just didn't, he gave in, and it'll be called, Chamberlain, all of that. But if he does succeed, again, like in the face of all reality, in the face of all the facts, that's what they will say. But if he does manage to bring it to an end before it just, if he does manage to bring it to an end and just stop the grinding, brutal, horrible war, including this new dimension, which is drone warfare, which adds this whole new dimension of horror to it. If he does, this will be an enormous. If he does, it will be an enormous humanitarian achievement, and absolutely would be deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize. If he's not deserving of it already, which he probably is, right? But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is gonna. We don't know what's gonna come out of the West, out of Europe and out of Ukraine. So we just don't know. So far, anything realistic has been refused outright. So again, my money would be on. No, it just keeps rolling on. That would be my money would be on that, which is a very sad thing to say, but I think that's probably the most likely thing. What are you guys talking about? I know you guys got something to say about this. Let's see. Okay. You guys are opinionated. Let's see, which I like. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Nevada says Biden probably couldn't even find those countries. In fact, I'd say he's never heard of them. You're talking about Azerbaijan and Armenia? Yes, he'd have no idea. Biden would have no idea whatsoever. Rosie says, Richie, that's it. You need to sell belly bracelets for your merch site. I don't think that Sticker Mule has those yet. As soon as Sticker Mule is offering those, I'll get them right up there. And by the way, I've sold nothing on either of the YouTube merch site or on, the only one was that Rosie, who got some stuff on the YouTube one. Which I don't think that YouTube is even letting people. I think once I put up the Comey Gets Nothing t-shirt, they just like hit it on my channel. So, although I think there's a link in the description now to the merch shop, but also the Sticker Mule one. Nobody's buying from that. So everybody buy something from the merch. Get yourself a Comey Gets Nothing shirt, for God's sakes. What have you been doing with your lives? Come on. Rogue Thought says, nice to see leaders actually talking like adults. This BS with Russia can't be even negotiated with. Does that continue? Yeah, it's not even child. It's like incredibly cynical geopolitics. Let's see. Judo Survivor says India and Pakistan de-escalated because Trump threatened economic sanctions, allowing them to back down and save face. You know, they'll never give him a Nobel Peace Prize, though. You know that, right? They never will. Nevada says Zelensky has to go. Well, he's been in the way of a deal 100%. What will happen to him when he's no longer useful? I don't know. I wonder if you guys have anything to say about that. We'll check in the chat. Rosie says Trump is a master at negotiating and helping both sides feel good about final result. I think he's very pragmatic when it comes to these negotiations. He knows that both sides have to get something. I think you're right, Rosie. Nevada says John Bolton is crazy. He appears to just be a total agent of chaos. Like he just has never had a second of his life that he didn't want to bomb a country. It's weird. Like, how did this guy ever get any influence? Totally, he must have come up in the Iraq thing, in the early 2000s. Judo Survivor says, and I think he's got a point here. As soon as Zelensky is out of power, he's going to be found drowned in his swimming pool. I think that he knows a lot of things. He knows a lot of things about where all the money is gone, money laundering. I think that he might be inconvenient for some people, not least actually the Western powers. Let's see. Rogue Thought. Josh Bolton should be sentenced to life in prison. Absolute bloodthirsty demon. I love it. All right. Macross, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. Mickey, how you doing? Good to see you. Here late again. Well, we're going to be going for hours and hours, so you're going to get plenty. Let's see. Macross says Putin making plans for another plane crash. Well, things tend to happen to people he doesn't like. But articulate. He is articulate. Let's see. Nevada says Trump should tell Putin we'll get 40% of minerals and you can have the rest and we are done with NATO. Yeah, I don't think he's going to want like Americans anywhere, like American companies or Americans on the ground anywhere in Ukraine, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Nevada says Trump get Greenland. That's next. Let's see. Cross says, and all world organizations. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, I think Putin and Trump will come to an agreement that Putin would have gotten anyway, but some concession will be given so Trump looks better. Russia, I think, would like better relations with the U.S. I think so, too, although they're going to be very pragmatic, and the Russians have always been very pragmatic and serious, right? So he knows that, Trump is not going to be president for 20 years. So, you can't really long-term plan because you don't know who's going to be in next. But I maybe the calculation for Putin is, how much does it cost to keep, like, if he figures it's going to be another 6 months or a year until they're finally able to, collapse that front and just take what they want, which they've got most of it already anyway. They've got almost all of the Donbass, I believe, and they've got Kherson and Zaporizhia. The Crimea, that's just gone. Like, Crimea is just gone. That's never going back. But maybe there's a calculation. Well, how much does it cost, economically and in terms of, militarily, in terms of soldiers? How much does it cost to keep going for another 6 months, a year? I give away something. Does it work out? Is there some bargain there? But realistically, he's going to have to get everything important that he wants. And that will include no Zelensky, and it will include denazification. Right? That's going to include, neutrality. No EU, no NATO, no foreign troops. Limits on the military and armaments. He can get everything he wants in the next 6 months, the next year anyway, right? So, at least to the east of the Dnieper. So, I don't know. I'm interested to see what happens. I don't expect anything serious to happen, but maybe. Let's see. Because don't forget, Europe is on the other side. Europe wants to fight to the last Ukrainian, right? The only problem is that they just simply can't produce enough weapons, enough armaments to supply the Ukrainians, even if the Ukrainians had enough men to use them anyway. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, I heard ChatGPT doesn't recognize any peace deals Trump has secured because Wikipedia and the New York Times says they're just rumors of peace. Disgusting. That's a problem. It includes Grok as well, is that there is so much journalistic, corporate journalistic slop and propaganda that it's just, it's giving too much weight to, like, Wikipedia, for instance, or the New York Times. Let's see. Rosie says, I got 2 mugs and a t-shirt. She did, Rosie. You're awesome. And it really shames everybody else. It really does. You got a regular Radio Baloney t-shirt, right? The Insane Asylum one. But there is for everybody else, there's also a Kami Gets Nothing shirt. Maybe we should take a look. Hold on. Because we haven't done this in a long time. In fact, I've got a couple of promotional things that Rosie sent me that I still haven't put music to. And I got to be honest, I forgot. But I just saw it the other day and I went, damn it, I got to figure that out. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Let's see. Everything takes work. Everything takes work. But I gotta do it because it's fun. Radio Baloney. Okay. Let's see. Shop. All right. We're getting there in a second. Here we go. Look at this. And you get that different colors too. It says Kami Gets Nothing, like, shut up, Kami. Kami gets nothing. Beautiful, beautiful. And then there's just the classic, I'm losing my mind. I'm Radio Baloney. The world is making me actually lose my mind. And of course, there's different colors and stuff. So just so everybody knows, you can get this. It's on the button is on my page on, and I think it's on my videos too on Rumble. Look at that. Look at that button right there. Button right there. Beautiful stuff. All right. Back to the boat scientist. Let's see. Macross says, but ChatGPT recognized Robo Hitler. Wasn't it? I thought it was a Mecha Hitler. Wasn't it Mecha Hitler? Oh, it's worth it all just for that. Let's see. Mickey says you need some girly shirts, i.e., tank tops. Well, there are some, I believe, on the YouTube one. If you can find it. Let's see. Rogue Thought says Zelensky, it's a free weekend with Hillary. Oh no. That has an accident. Oh no. No, that would be breaking news. Zelensky shoots himself in the back of the head 18 times. Let's see. Rosie, good Lord. This kind of generosity, I love it. Thank you very much, Rosie. Guess what? Thank you very much, Rosie. In fact, we should probably put this up for a minute. There we go. Thank you very much, Rosie. That's awesome. Appealing to my greed. Lovely. Let's see. Nevada says, Frank, that's what I want to know. What's the merch link? It's just on the Rumble page. It should be like on the, like wherever you're watching right now, there's a merch shop, a button. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's get some likes. Mickey says, more likes, please. Let's get some likes. By the way, you know that you get free good karma when you like, right? Free good karma. In these troubled times, can you afford to turn your back on that? It's like something you're going to like, after the stream, something bad is going to happen, and you're going to go, what could I have done to prevent that? And you're going to remember, I didn't like the stream. Damn it. You're going to hate yourself. Let's see. Now what's happening? Oh, I know what's happening. The best thing ever is happening. You've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast, and it's not slowing down. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first, like me, and actually protects free speech. That's why I love them so much. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. That's right. You get all that premium content, which is so nice, and everybody loves it. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content you came for. Everybody loves that. Plus, premium members unlock exclusive content like anti-communist materials, bonus videos, behind-the-scenes drops, and more from your favorite creators. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. $10 off an annual subscription, and everybody knows annual subscriptions are the best ones. Go to rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO at checkout. Just go to rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO at checkout. Guess what? Commies hate it when you do that. That's rumble.com/premium, promo code STUDIO. No ads, more freedom, and content you actually care about. That's the deal. And what a deal it is. What a deal it is. I could have growled more in that one, though. I could have growled more. Let's face it, I could have done more. I tried. I could have done more. But that was also a brand new ad. So I've never read that one before. So, I did my best. All right, let's see. Bad Uncle Frank says she blinded me with science, with boat science. Boat science. Rosie says, I am trying to find the YouTube store link. You used to be able to find it, and apparently, I've checked, and everything's supposed to be fine, but I think what it is after I put in the Commie Gets Nothing shirt, they hit it. I think that's what happened. Let's see. Pants aren't bad either. I don't know. I just offer what they've got in the what they allow me to sell in the merch store. Let's see. Does she have great jeans? I bet you she does. And a great plastic surgeon. Rosie says, YouTube link, a lot of merch. A lot. All right, let's get back to it, people. Let's do this. So what was this one? All right, I'm going to get rid of this tab because I got so many tabs because we're going to be going for so long tonight. When all you want to do is go hiking in Nova Scotia. Yep. They're trying to make us snap, I think. So that's from Veterans for Freedom. Yeah, that's what happens when you try and go hiking in Nova Scotia. So what's happening? From Stephen Campbell here, Nova Scotia just banned people from walking in the woods, even on their own property, and want citizens to snitch on each other. A $25,000 fine for stepping outside in a free country. This is a clear violation of charter rights. Don't accept it. Good Lord. Nova Scotia sets up hotline for people to snitch on neighbors caught violating ban on hiking, camping, fishing. The measures apply to both Crown and private land. So he's going to snitch right there. So I don't know. I mean, there were crazy people. Who said that what happened in 2020 was just a warm-up for climate lockdowns. Crazy people said that. Those were, you know who said that? Conspiracy theorists. That's right, those dirty conspiracy theorists. Is Canada now just the globalist laboratory for everything? So we're going to be the globalist laboratory for climate lockdowns, for the literal banning of internal combustion motors. So everybody has to somehow be able to charge up their zero emission vehicle somehow. Let's say, let's not forget, we're going to be fully net zero. While everybody else is abandoning the net zero, of course, Canada has to go full on net zero. So we're now just this World Economic Forum, UN, globalist laboratory in Canada. It's totally mad. And I guess they said, holy, we can't believe it. They actually voted for that globalist hobgoblin, Mark Carney, after 10 years of his party ruining Canada. They actually voted for, they're probably wondering themselves, what's worse, voting for Trudeau 3 times or voting for Carney? They're probably going, whoa, we didn't realize the conditioning worked this well. This is beyond all of our best expectations. I can't believe how retarded the people in Canada are. They actually voted the Liberals for a 4th term, and they actually elected this lying globalist hobgoblin, Mark Carney. Wow, they're dumb. Wow, what a stupid fucking country. Let's just fuck with them now. Now they're our globalist laboratory. I'll tell you what, let's ban them from going into the woods and tell them it'll save the planet. Holy shit bars. It's just... It's hard to believe. Let's see. Here's the supposedly conservative. I guess he's a progressive conservative premier. Here he's telling us all about it.
And we're here today because the experts have advised, and we agree, that more precautionary steps are required. We have to stay in front of this. We can take steps while we are in the middle of trying to fight fires, or we can be proactive and try to prevent them. And we have chosen to be proactive and try to prevent fires. So based on the recommendations of Scott Tingley and his team, they recommended, and we agree with the following. Effective 4 p.m. today, we're telling Nova Scotians, stay out of the woods. We are restricting travel and activities that really aren't necessary for
like enjoying your life. Right. Unnecessary stuff like that.
Most of us. Hiking, camping, fishing, and the use of vehicles in the woods are not permitted. Trail systems through woods are off limits. Camping is allowed, but only in official campgrounds. The fine for violating any of these bans is the same as the fine for the ban on burning, $25,000.
So anybody would understand restrictions on, say, lighting fires, right? Or smoking in the woods, that sort of thing. But this is just ridiculous now. I mean, what is that? Are they aware that people breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide? Didn't you know that's bad for the environment? Like, what is next? Exactly. It's insane. And it is also unconstitutional as well. Like, you can't restrict people's movement like that because you're worried of fire start. Like, forest fires happen. Also, by the way, are the arsonists, which there is I made a video showing the long line of the arsonists that have been caught and prosecuted that have been starting a lot of the big fires in Canada. Are they going to pay attention to this? Let's see. Nova Scotia globalist commie Tim Houston, Nova Scotia, has banned outside activities like hiking, fishing, camping, biking, etc. Not only on Crown land, but on people's own private land. Private lands. Again, this guy's supposed to be a conservative. Biking, camping, fishing. Like fishing? Really? Let's see. Stay out of the woods. Burn ban, 25,000 on fire. Anybody would understand a burn ban. But here we go. This activity is banned due to a fire risk. Stay safe out there, Canada, from Mark Nixon. Yeah. I hope they give him a 25,000 fire. He might set the ocean on fire. So, yeah, this is the state of Canada now. This is the state of Canada. The CCF, the Canadian Constitution Foundation, takes on Nova Scotia nanny state. Not only did they ban use of forest, they actually think they can tell private property owners they aren't allowed to have guests walk in their own forest. Now, where have we heard similar bans before? So, actually, should we take a look at this? Now, I've said before, she is the Sydney Sweeney of Canadian constitutional law.
Hey there. Today I want to talk about
Just look at those dewy constitutional law lips.
Nova Scotia's ban on going into the forest, which they claim is to keep people safe. And I want to talk about the problem with this safety above all else ideology, which is sometimes called safetyism, as well as Canada's nanny state. And I'll tell you what we are doing about it at the Canadian Constitution Foundation. I can't wait to tell you all about it.
All right. I see somebody's giving it the snooze. Thanks. So we don't need to watch this. It's like 14 minutes, but you get the point. She's hot. All right. Let us move on. What do we got next? Hold on. There we go. Let's get back to the boat show. Boat science show. Sorry. Let's see. Bad Uncle Frank says, oh, there's a boat. Yeah, there is. There's a boat. Let's see. What are you guys saying? I got to go back a little bit. All right. JDL, how you doing? Good to see you. JDL makes a great point. Hit the like button, everybody. Hit that like button. Get your free good karma. Can you really? I mean, are you so sure that your life is so good that you couldn't use a little bit of good karma? I mean, I'm not saying something terrible is going to happen to you if you don't. I'm just saying probably. So hit the like. Do we have enough? I'm going to just check right now. I'm going to refresh the page and just, no, we don't even have, it's not even close. Like, this is embarrassing. Like, come on, people, let's do this. Let's go. And I'm talking about you people on YouTube as well. Hit that like button. Let's go. Let's see. There's a boat. What the hell is that about? Every conspiracy has been proven true, Mickey says. It seems like it, right? Conspiracies take about 6 months, JDL says. It seems to be. I think it's getting shorter, though, isn't it? Like the time frame between accusation of conspiracy theory and then confirmed as reality. It's getting shorter and shorter. McCross says, all women are banned from clothing. What? Setting up a hotline for reporting any infractions. We're going to get that patriarchy one day, boys. One day. Never stop fighting. Let's see. I'm still not understanding why you're talking about the ban of going outside in Nova Scotia. Forest fires. So climate emergency. Rosie says safety. It's all about safety. They are thinking of you. Of course they are. Let's see. McCross says, isn't it so cold in Nova Scotia that even fire freezes? Well, not this time of year. I think it's a little more temperate there. It's kind of like the lower mainland in British Columbia. I think. I've never been to Nova Scotia, but I think it's not as cold as like Quebec, like, you know, it's like Alberta, Saskatchewan, say in the middle of winter. Trudeau Survivor says it's only a matter of time until a vaccine passport is required to enter the forest. Yeah, probably at some point. I think that we're right now the globalist test lab, just to see what people will put up with. Rosie says, and if only wearing a mask. Yes, exactly. Let's see. Don't move and no one gets hurt, McCross says. Mickey says, all this and only 8 likes. It's embarrassing, people. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's get that freaking karma, or else something's going to happen to you. You're going to die. Well, not really. I mean, I don't think that the like has that much power, but something probably bad will happen to you. Probably. Not really, but, you know. Only if you're highly suggestible, I guess. Let's see. The fight is real, Nevada says. Roke Thought says, lockdowns in your house are so 2021. We'll just lock down everything outside your house. That's the way to do it. Brilliant new plan. All right, what the hell's going on here? Canada. Canada's a cautionary tale. I should call these live streams, you know, because it's like at least half Canada news. You know, the cautionary tale show is what it should be called, because everything coming out of Canada now is just batshit crazy and loony. Wiretap Media posted this. According to CBC experts Andy Knight and Barbara Perry. Now, I did a little bit of research on these guys, and you're not going to be at all surprised with what I found. But according to these CBC experts, and by the way, the word expert don't exactly mean what it used to anymore, does it? But the sudden spike in hateful conduct inside the Canadian Armed Forces is due to the election of, guess who? Donald Trump. And because there are too many white men inside the CAF, Canadian Armed Forces. So, of course, this brings up the question of what exactly is considered hateful conduct? I wonder what's considered hateful conduct. Let's see. Hateful. Well, we know that in Canada, Christian singers coming from the States is hateful conduct. But let's actually watch this first. Let's see.
To a CBC News exclusive. The Canadian military is facing a resurgence in hateful and racist conduct within the ranks.
And if you're wondering if they're going to tell you what exactly that means, they're not.
We've obtained internal data that shows the number of reported incidents spiked last year.
New data obtained by CBC News shows a resurgence of hateful conduct last year. The Defense Department figures reveal that since the military cracked down on hateful conduct in 2020, the number of incidents dropped year after year, but then spiked again in 2024.
Take out the magazine.
Most of the claims are of intimidation, threats, and involvement in hate propaganda.
So in woke world, intimidation, threats, and hate propaganda could literally mean anything. Right? It could just simply be saying that, just disagreeing with somebody. That's what you have to understand about this. By the way, military wanted hate crime investigation into rampant male washroom tampon vandalism. Yes, that's right, because Trudeau thought it would really improve the military by having tampons and pads in male washrooms in all army facilities. Trudeau thought it would really strengthen the military by having tampons and pads in men's washrooms everywhere in the Canadian military. So Canadian military officials wanted the Canadian Armed Forces Hate Crimes and Extremism Investigation Unit to open a file on soldiers vandalizing feminine hygiene product dispensers placed in male washrooms. Following a liberal government mandate, it sounds like Monty Python, it sounds like satire, but of course it's real. So when they talk about hate incidences, this is what they think is hate, okay? Soldiers who are being humiliated by their own government and own military leadership, just tearing down tampon dispensers from their bathrooms, that's considered hate. All right. So you have to keep that in mind. They use these words, right? And unfortunately, your typical Canadian hears it and thinks, oh, it must be bad. They never specify exactly what they mean, exactly what these incidents are. And there's a reason for that, because people will say, well, that's not really hate.
In hate propaganda.
There's a link between that rise and the election of Donald Trump.
Experts say that.
Hold on, let's hear that one more time.
In hate propaganda.
There's a link between that rise and the election of Donald Trump.
Link between that rise in at what they're calling hate and the election of Donald Trump. So who is this guy? Let's see. I did do a little research here. Andy Knight, University of Alberta. Let's take a peek. So Andy Knight, University of Alberta. Let's see. Faculty of Arts, Political Science Department. Research. Let's see. Dignity of difference. That sounds kind of woke. Female suicide bombings, a critical gendered approach. Ooh, that's sounding anything critical in the title. Let's see. Hegemony. They like that one as well. This one also sounds a bit like Monty Python. Boko Haram and the women who did not detonate. The ones who didn't detonate. Of course, homegrown terrorism. So let's take a look here. I wanted to see what courses he might be teaching. So Black Canadians, History, Presence, and Anti-Racist Futures. So this guy is a race hustler, basically. Let's see. To recognize the scope of anti-Black violence and erasure in Canada's past and present, to meaningfully heed Black-led calls in imagining anti-racist futures, and I guess also just in imagining racism as well, to clarify the struggles for liberation undertaken by Black Canadians and celebrate their contributions to human rights and anti-racist practices. So this is just grievance. So it's just a grievance class, right? This is as woke as it gets. Of course, this is obviously going to be giving a totally manipulated and ahistorical history of Canada, right? Hold on a second. What's down here? In this module, we will explore the relationship between race, colonialism, and the institution of slavery as practiced in France, Britain, and their colonies, including Canada. The British Empire had abolished slavery across the empire, across all of its colonies, before Canada was even a country. Now, slavery was endemic in Canada before colonization, because the colonists then abolished it and said, no, you can't do that anymore, right? So amongst the indigenous people of Canada, slavery was endemic. It was all across the continent, down to South America, until the colonists banned it, at least in Canada. The British Empire abolished slavery well before Canada ever became an actual country. So this is, of course, that endless search for victimhood, for oppression, right? Just look under every pebble, every grain of sand. There must be an atom of racism floating around attached to a piece of pollen somewhere. So this is where they're getting their information. This is one of the experts here. So it's rather unsurprising, right, that the military is full of all kinds of hate and racism and Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. Let's continue.
and the election of Donald Trump.
Experts.
That guy's job, his livelihood depends on him finding everything racist, just to be clear.
Say the military is still predominantly white men, which makes it especially vulnerable
to those sorts of narratives that are trying to explain or trying to convince them somehow that white men have been left behind.
Within the last.
There are literally job postings from the CBC, which is funded by the Canadian government, in which they make it explicitly clear that white men and white people need not apply. Need not apply. Okay, maybe there's a little something to it. Maybe the constant attacks on them, the heedless, reckless, ridiculous, undeserved attacks on them from people like you, maybe that makes them, maybe the fact that they're forced to have tampons and pads in their restrooms. They may find that a little bit humiliating. They may not have the same politics and the same philosophy of life as Barbara Perry, right? Is this the person who should be making important decisions or advising or commenting even on the military? I kind of feel not. Let's see, Barbara Perry, Center on Hate, Bias, and Extremism. I wonder if, as long as we're talking about bias here, I wonder if she has any bias. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Barbara Perry, PhD, professor, director on hate, bias, and extremism. Let's see some of her work here. Missing pieces and misplaced priorities and acknowledgement of right-wing extremism. Let's see, right-wing extremism in Canada. Next one, right-wing extremism in Canada. Let's see, identifying right-wing extremism. White pride worldwide. Islamophobic hate crime in Canada. Let's see. Community impacts of hate crime. One thing I noticed here again, right-wing extremism. One thing I notice here is that they don't mention anything ever about left-wing extremism. Not interested in that at all. How would you characterize the Hamasniks that are out in the streets? The people that have been shooting at like Jewish girls' schools and stuff, and vandalizing Jewish bakeries and marching into Jewish neighborhoods to intimidate them. Are they right-wing or left-wing? I kind of feel like they hang out with revolutionary communists and Antifa and all that. I think you got to call them left-wing at this point. They seem to have a shared goal of destroying Western civilization. I think you got to call them left-wing. Zero interest from Barbara Perry. See, she is there to push a narrative, right? She is just simply a partisan. She just hates conservatives. That's why everything she does is right-wing extremism, right-wing extremism. Is communism left-wing extremism? Communism isn't like a moderate, just normal, nice, middle-of-the-road political philosophy, right? It is extremism. It's the definition of extremism. No interest from a Barbara Perry, PhD. Guess what? Can you guess something? Can you guess where she's gotten money from? From the government? What? Who would have guessed that? Barbara Perry. 2021, she got $270,000 from the government. How about that? A grant. Wow. There's almost 70,000 here, 2018. So that's $250,000 over the course of just 3 years. Huh. And that's not the end of it. There's some more as well. Do you see how it works now? Do you see how it works? The CBC, these are the only two experts, okay? Both of them are funded by the government. If you're working at a university or a college in Canada, you're getting government money. I didn't even bother to check on the Andy Knight guy because I assume he's getting grants on top of the money, the taxpayer money that goes to pay him at the University of Alberta anyway. But you see how it works. You see how it works, right? You've got professional experts on hate that are clearly just partisan, clearly just radical leftists, right? And usually you can bet they're getting money on the side from the government as well. They're being paid on the side. And why would that be? Because they're useful. They're useful because they can push the government's rhetoric, and then the government can make statements about hate and extremism and have a moral panic and scare everybody. And then the media, who's paid by the government, can try and push that message and frighten everybody. And then they go to the experts, who are also getting money. They're either taxpayer funded in some way, and they're always radical leftists. And they can reliably be called on to spout idiocy, to spout fear-mongering, politically motivated fear-mongering. It's just a big circle jerk. That's how it works in Canada. You wonder how Mark Carney can get elected, the Liberals can get elected for a fourth term? This is how it happens, right? It's total capture. And the people that are just simply getting their news from the mainstream media, from stuff like this, if they are incurious enough to just keep eating the slop they're being fed from the teleprompters, well, then they're just lost. They'll just vote for anything. They'll just do what they're told, right? At least, with conservatives, right? Even though the liberals seem to have this fixation with calling themselves sophisticated and educated and discerning, even though they just eat up elbows up. They'll do their chicken dance. Conservatives actually have to find an alternative viewpoint. They have to actively look for that. We know what the CBC thinks, what Global News thinks, CTV, Toronto Star. We know what the leftists think because you can't get away from it. There's no way you can't know what they're thinking, what they're saying, right? But we also know what we're thinking, and we have to actually go and look for it. So we're actually much more sophisticated and discerning just simply because we have more information. We know what they think, and we know what we think. They only know what they think. They only know what Barbara Perry from the Center on Hate Bias, which is incredibly ironic, isn't it, and extremism thinks.
Somehow that white men have been left behind.
Within the last. Lieutenant General Mike Wright says hateful conduct must be rooted out.
Something I probably shouldn't say.
I mean, just the fact that this clip exists makes it ironic that she would be talking about how white men feeling left behind, as if there's just no complaint, right? It's just media craps on them. There's jobs that they're just blatantly, just overtly, just openly saying, we won't hire you because you're white. Yet they still have the nerve to come out with this fiction as if it's all just made up.
On CBC, but
the total blindness to anything left, their apparent total blindness to left-wing extremism, to left-wing bigotry, totally blind to it, right? Yet this permanent gaslighting. Yes, people are going to start feeling a bit put off by that.
Pisses me off.
And by the way, that's not extremism. That's just being normal.
Is that the important work that the Canadian Army needs to do to modernize? Our eye is being taken off that, our focus is being taken off that, so we can deal with completely unacceptable and inappropriate behavior.
I guess we'll never find out what that was exactly, except for throwing out the tampons in the men's washroom. I guess we know about that hate. The gaslighting, it must be the worst in Canada of anywhere in the world, mustn't it? It can't be worse anywhere else. All right. It really is shocking, I have to say. Shocking. Let's get back to the chat for a second. Macross says that woman should be furthering studies for hair plugs. Oh, man, that's mean. Is that the name of where she works? Center on Hate, Bias, and Extremism? I believe it's a thing in the Ontario Institute of Technology. Let's see. What are you guys saying? JDL says, Rosie, Canada says men can get free tampons. The Canadian military is, and unfortunately, it's going to continue to betray all of the soldiers. Also, by the way, they're having major recruiting problems in the Canadian military, unsurprisingly. So you've got to have tampons, and you have to be completely woke, and you're still a white supremacist anyway. Trudeau Survivor says, tampons are white. Is that the racist optic? What a great point. What a great point. Cross says, and cotton. Talk song of the South. Man, these cotton chins. Exactly. How did they miss that? Trudeau Survivor says, just like Band-Aids, tampons need to come in a variety of skin colors. Well, that's the only way we can get to anti-racism, I guess. I don't know. Rogue Thought says, sounds like a euphemism. I can get my girl to detonate most of the time. You talking about the Boko Haram? Yeah. What a weird title. Let's see. I'm not reading that. Let's see. All right. I'm going to skip down a little bit. Hold on. Ventilator. Good to see ya. Says, all of these commie PhD holders have given us all of the nonsense we're dealing with right now. Trannies. He's saying homosexual acceptance. I don't have a problem with people being gay. It's always been gay people. I don't understand why we need to have after gay rights, like gay marriage. I don't know why there needs to be a fetish parade. But Muslim jihad, that is a problem around the world. White privilege, right-wing extremism, you name it. Ventilator. Some PhD holder wrote a paper on it. Well, it's just an industry now. And there is no rigor, and there's no academic rigor, right? It's just, it exists to be politically correct, and just as a political bludgeon is why it exists at this point. Let's see. Rosie says, in 3 minutes, I will be able to speak to you from the future. Any requests? That's eerie. That's weird. Now I feel weird. Let's see. Recross says, oh my, I made Baloney blush. Well, I wasn't blushing. I just didn't, I'll read your guys' stuff out, but I want to make it clear if there's something I'm not totally. I'm usually 99% on board with you guys, but there's the occasional thing that I want to make clear. All right. So let's get going. What do we got here? Dallas Brody. So she was, I believe, kicked out of the BC Conservative Party because the BC Conservative Party gained some popularity and immediately went completely woke. She's saying, silly settlers, you thought that you owned your homes. Okay, so right now there is a total madness going on in British Columbia and other parts of Canada where they seem to be determined to just hand away large tracts of land, claiming that it was unceded. It's all been ceded, by the way. It's all been ceded. There is no such thing as unceded land in Canada. But just giving it to native bands, and it's total lunacy.
Just when you thought things couldn't get any more insane in this province, a BC Supreme Court judge has just ruled that Aboriginal title will be recognized over the private lands in the city of Richmond. Wake up, people. Your fee simple title is now uncertain and possibly invalid. And you thought you owned your land? Well, you'd better think again. This is exactly why One BC has been raising the alarm about the threat that Indigenous claims pose to the future prosperity of British Columbia. Make no mistake, to undo the damage that this is going to cause will require every one of us to stand up and demand changes to the Constitution of Canada. We at One BC are here to lead that movement. We will fight for you and fight for the future of British Columbia. Join 1BC to fight for the future of this beautiful province.
So this isn't going to be good because obviously, like, Richmond is not going to just be like, like, obviously, those people are not going to lose their land. That just can't happen. I mean, maybe Canada is so crazy, maybe BC is so crazy, but I mean, this is maybe the thing that is going to get the NDP out of power because this is crazy, right? This is nuts. This is nuts. This stuff is not going to be good in the long term for, Indigenous people either, because it's going to cause a lot of resentment. And by the way, Richmond is like mostly Chinese. I don't know what it is, like 70%, something like that. I think there's a lot of people from India moving in there now. Not many white people there. There's a bunch of people who do not have white guilt. They do not feel responsible for anything that has ever happened to any First Nations person, Indigenous person in Canada. Okay? This is not going to go over well with them. They're going to have a very different attitude about all of this than some purple-haired gremlin in East Vancouver. So this is not good for anybody. Anybody. It's just more woke dysfunction. It's just the mind virus. It's chaos. We're getting past woke dysfunction. We're getting to woke chaos at this point. This is madness. Right? There is nothing good that can come from this lunacy. And by the way, the people living there and the people moving to Canada, again, I'm going to say it again, they don't have white guilt. You can't play them. You can't appeal to their white guilt. You can't play them the way you can play, white Canadians. They're not going to take that. They don't care. And they're not going to care. So I think you could see attitudes changing. You're not going to be seeing any land acknowledgements in Richmond. I can tell you that much. And I think the land acknowledgements are going to be going the way of the dinosaur soon enough if this stuff continues. I mean, the charade of it all, like the what's the word I'm looking? The charade, the play acting of it all, right? It's not real. None of it's real. None of it means anything. But anyway, let's continue. Yeah, so here's the tampons the menstrual products in the men's room. Let's see. Now available in men's washrooms, in men's washrooms across all Canadian Forces bases. Menstrual products. Why is everyone quitting? Yes, this is men's washrooms. Men's washrooms. Yeah, they're tearing them off the walls. They were tearing them off the walls. And of course, that was going to be a hate crime. Because, of course, here's the defense minister. Well, we already talked about this. They're having trouble recruiting. I wonder why. Let's see. I want to show you what is wrong with Canada. Canada has become a matriarchy. And, the weakest men flourish in that. The least principled men flourish in a matriarchy because it's more about feeling, right? It's not about principle. Antonio Tweets posted this. This is what a weak-ass man looks like. He feels safer if someone who stood up to a corrupt government goes to jail. How pathetic is this? So he's commenting here to Tamara Leach, who was kind of nominally a leader in the Freedom Convoy. She was identified for symbolic value by the government for persecution to try and intimidate and frighten people from standing up against them again. I guess unless they're identified as like some sort of far left movement, in which case it's fine. Tamara Leach said, I am a Canadian woman, born and raised. I no longer feel safe, respected, or free. Yes, after being persecuted, imprisoned by the government for years-long persecution. Yes, that can happen. Coffee Time News said, you're a convicted felon. We all feel safer when you're in prison. So this is not a man, right? This is not a man. This is a representative of the matriarchy. This is weak. This is weak. This is one of the most feminine things a man could possibly say. I'm sure if there are any women in his life, they were embarrassed by this. You're a convicted felon. We will all feel safer when you're in prison. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. This is the state of enough of Canada to elect the Liberals for a fourth term and to elect a globalist central banker hobgoblin like Mark Carney to be prime minister. I find this really, like, this describes Canada right now, where Canada is right now. This describes it. It's pathetic. Here we go. Do you want some more woke Canada? Let's see. From Ryan Garrettson posted this. Chow is unleashing mental health workers to walk around TTC subway stations. So every woke mayor wants to do this. I know Zoran Mamdani, the communist Democrat in New York City, wants to do. They all do. And I'm starting to think that they just hate social workers. And they're just looking to cull the herd by sending them into dangerous situations where they're guaranteed to get hurt. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So here, come and say it here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Say, yeah.
Attention, folks, just want to let you know we had an incident at Dinah and Queensky due to that streetcar was holding.
We are bringing in mental health worker into the TUC system so that when people are having a mental health issues, we can deal with it very quickly. So that's coming in the end of the year. Because, hey, sometimes people have mental health issues, right? They need to be helped.
And sometimes they need to stab a social worker. So it solves everybody's problems. I mean, Toronto's mayor, Olivia Chow, she's a real dingbat, a full-on dingbat, a real commie dingbat, as a matter of fact. I wonder what people are saying underneath this. I bet you there's some good comments. Let's see. It will definitely increase operating costs. We will see how long this... Social workers are going to get hurt. Let's see. She's the crazy aunt who always wants to play charades when she's drunk. I agree. Sorry, but this really made me laugh. It's pathetic. Let's see. All right. So yeah, Canada's not doing great. What's going on here? Charlie Angus is the most unhinged and unstable person in Canada. He was a longtime NDP MP. And he believes the only way to deal with Donald Trump is to fight back economically. We don't even need to watch it. It's too idiotic. All right. There we go. Let's get rid of that. We're done. And we don't need that. And we don't need this. And we don't need that one. And we don't need this one. And we don't need that. And we don't need that. We did all those already. Wow. Now that's a sight. Should I leave that on? Or should I put this on? The boat show. Put on the boat show. Macross says, I think I am tired. This stuff is just running into one another. Well, yeah, there was just a lot of this stuff. And I mean, Canada is so insane that it's really, I can literally just keep going on for hours about how crazy and dysfunctional and chaotic Canada is now. All right, we'll switch gears with the next thing. All right. Let's see. What's going on? Let's see. Nevada says, who's paying the taxes? That won't stand in Richmond. It can't. It's too crazy even for British Columbia. Like the federal government will have to step in. Although maybe they won't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Mark Carney doesn't seem to be concerned with actually preserving Canada. I think his actions just seem to be, well, let's see, they're counterproductive. Let's just say that. Maybe he's just trying to wreck Canada. I don't know. Maybe he's got to deal with Trump. like to make Canada the 51st state, to weaken us to the point where there's no choice. Let's see. China. Rogue Thought says. McCraw says, I'm having a mental health issue over your mental health issue. Let's see. Rogue Thought that social worker, well, there's going to be a bunch of them, should really hand out free tampons. Kill two birds in one stone. After a social worker is stabbed, have some tampons handy to soak up the blood. Oh, dear. Well, you can just see what's going to happen, right? I mean, are they going to be escorted by police? Probably not. I mean, that's the whole point. Get rid of the police. All right. Shall we do some memes? Let's see. What does this say? Fuck. Mark Carney voters. See, the problem is that this isn't the case. This isn't the case. Let me show you something. From Mr. Sunshine Baby, a recent Nanos poll shows a liberal supermajority projected if an election was held tomorrow, with the Conservative Party of Canada only winning 89 seats. So, I mean, it's a Nanos poll. This is over it. I do not believe, but I do not believe they would win this supermajority with that many seats and the Conservatives only getting 89. That wouldn't happen, but they would win. And they'd probably win between 4 and 6 points and maybe get a majority. And they would. They act absolutely. If a election was tomorrow, they would win. That's the state of Canada. So no, they're not like this. They think that Mark Carney's doing a great job, right? I don't know what it will take for them. I mean, there's going to be another downgrade in the standard of living in Canada. Maybe that will do it. Maybe when he goes after the boomers' home equity, which I think is inevitable at this point. Maybe that will be the line for them, but who knows? Let's see. 3.5 more years, motherfuckers. This is a classic. We've seen this one before, but it never gets old. Let's see. Hillary Clinton has bad genes. Bad genes. Ooh, that's gross. Hillary's gross. Let's see. Mysterious shadow appears above WNBA arena just hours before tip-off. Ooh, that's ominous. That's ominous. Apparently, people are only going to WNBA games now to throw dildos on the floor. Let's see. What's this? Rare footage of baby boomers on their way to school. I think that's pretty much what they had to do. It was tough back then. Let's see. Why ask me to press 1 for English, then transfer me to someone who barely speaks it? Who isn't asking that question these days, right? Is it a joke? Like, is it a joke? I blame Klaus Schwab. At this rate, the only ones not involved in Russia-Trump collusion were Russia and Trump. The thing is that this is actually a statement of fact. This is what's been revealed in the documents that have been released. Yeah, the only people not involved in Trump-Russia collusion were Russia and Trump. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. That's just true. Therapists, when they see a girl with blue hair walking in, all that money. And mom and dad are paying for it. It's not helping, though. Let's see. Leftist virtue signaling. Hate has no home here. Unless it's hate for Trump, his supporters, white men, Christians, conservatives, and Jews. They really kind of flawlessly added on the Jews, didn't they, to their hate list. There wasn't any kind of dissent amongst their movement. It's just, now all the leftists hate the Jews, and they were fine with it. How Chihuahuas view themselves when the doorbell rings. Can confirm. Let's see. I refuse to be lectured about racism by someone who hates white people. Someone who hates white people. Yes, I think this is an old one now, but still a good one. Friends finally convinced me to go to a WNBA game. I think they're betting about it on Polymarket now, aren't they? Let's see. What's this? A man should understand he doesn't protect his woman because she is weak. He protects her because she is retarded. Oh, dear. That feels like a misogyny right there. I think he did a misogyny, that guy. Meanwhile, in Nova Scotia, I'm going on an adventure. No, you're not. Totally Nova Scotia. Good thing Middle Earth isn't in Nova Scotia. What's this? But I don't have any symptoms. That's one of the symptoms. Remember that? Remember that? Remember when not having a symptom was a symptom? Boy, a lot of people bought that one. Political correctness, George Carlin says, is fascism pretending to be manners. That's 1,000% correct. 1,000%. What's going on here? Here's your problem. It looks like you're paying attention to what's going on. That's why you're worried. That's why you have anxiety. You're paying attention. This one I really love. I think we've seen it before. But this one is just kind of, I think it's kind of genius, actually. This was the moment Bill decided to kill everybody on Earth. Well, that's it. I'm going to kill everybody on Earth now. I'm just going to do it. Let's see. When they ask if our generation is tougher, this is our Chuck E. Cheese versus their Chuck E. Cheese. And yeah, that's why we were more resilient. Because this guy. And also just leaving the house in the morning and coming back like when it got dark and doing all kinds of crazy shit in between. That's why. Smoking will kill you. Bacon will kill you. But smoking bacon will cure it. Interesting point. I think I'll eat more bacon. Let's see. What's this? Oh, what the heck? Under communism, I'd be starving too much to have tits this big. That's a great one. What's going on here? Hi, Canada. I just moved here. Anyway, your relationship with America is over now. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. Let's see. The first liberal. We really need to ban fire before someone gets hurt. It skipped all the way to the bottom. These are like old beams here. Hillary without makeup is actually George Soros. Blah. Gross. Why can't Alex just accept me for who I am? That's Alex Jones. It's a gay frog. Gay frog. Let's go back up. I don't know why it skipped all the way to the bottom. Woke up this morning, still no king. You did it, libs. Oh, yeah, the no kings. Let's see. Hold on, baby. I'm watching deportation videos. They are good. Let's see. All right, so we saw that one. All right, so that's it. What was this one? We're going to need a bigger hoax. Yes. All right. So there we go. Let's go back to the chat for a second, and then we'll keep moving. What are we, an hour and 49 in? Macross says, got some guy from India on the phone trying to sell me insurance. Does anyone fall for this? I'm sure some do. That's why they keep doing it. I'm sure it's a low percentage, but let's see. Rogue Thought asks, are condoms placed in the women's restrooms in Canadian military bases? I'm sure, probably. Let's see. Let's see. What do we got? Yeah, it is getting darker out earlier now, isn't it? Sweet misogyny, Rogue Thought says. I know. I miss it. I really miss it. Communism now has stopped at will not stop at all costs. Is that what you're saying, Rogue Thought? It's just by any means necessary with them. Rogue Thought says, nice, back to motorboating. Boating. It's boat sciencing. What's going on with this crazy dingbat? She looks like a real nut. Let's see. From Dr. Jebra Fauché, does anyone else have a granny that sings this song outside wearing an apron? It's definitely not going to be totally deranged. I would bet on that. Let's take a look.
Before Donnie, if you voted for Donnie, you're a traitor. If you voted for Donnie, you're a traitor. If you voted for Donnie, you must be a commie. If you voted for Donnie, you're a traitor. Peace. Welcome to Donnie's traitorous world.
You know, the weird thing is she obviously would support like a Zoran Mamdani, who's an actual communist, or AOC or something. It's so deranged. And it's part of this, I'm calling it the boomers crusade, this new thing we've never seen before, where you have old people that are acting like deranged teenagers, like, and they're all totally historically illiterate. They have no idea what's happening around them, like a 14-year-old. It's weird. They've all turned into these weird, like angsty teenagers. Not all of them, but there's, especially it was really pronounced at the anti-Elon protests. It was like a bunch of boomers, a bunch of boomers who had been radicalized by cable news. And that's what's happening, because I believe Fox News average age is 68 and CNN is 70. And then I think MSNBC is the oldest. I think it's about 71 or 72. So you've got all these boomers watching CNN and MSNBC, and it's deranging them. And they kind of used to be, I think, kind of immune to it a little bit. But this mind virus is so powerful, and these people are so dumb that they seem to be totally helpless and have lost their agency and their free will. And now they're embarrassing themselves and humiliating themselves online, posting this lunacy. I mean, what is this? It doesn't even make sense. It's just crazy. Only a deranged mind can come up with this. Only somebody who has literally no idea what's happening in the world around them. Somebody who's been utterly and totally indoctrinated into a fantasy world, which, as this person obviously has, right? They're actually getting more deranged than the younger people, which is weird. And again, it's cable news is, the demographic is like minimum 68 to 72. Fox is slightly younger, but still, still a declining demographic. And yeah, I think that's what's behind this weird new boomer crusade, because young people aren't watching it. I think that the young people are getting less crazy than these. Like the young leftists are not as crazy as the boomer leftists now, because they've just got nothing else to do but just sit and watch, Rachel Maddow or whoever else is, Lawrence O'Donnell or whoever else is on these channels now, and just get more and more deranged and more misinformed. Nevada says, so he's a far-right commie. Exactly my point, right? Like, they have no idea what's happening. They have no principles or even any kind of political philosophy. It's just, this is what they're hearing on like MSNBC. It's totally weird. Lacrosse says, old women singing deranged songs, whatever happened to knitted sweaters? Well, they're going through some kind of like second youth, right? She probably protested when she was like 18 on college campus or something like that. And, she's like, she probably actually never really grew up, actually. And now she's kind of reverting back to that again. And I think probably a lot of them are atheists. And look, and I'm not a religious person myself, but I think a lot of them, people like this, they need some purpose. I think it gets scarier for them, right? Because they just don't really have anything. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what explains it, but it's weird. Ventilator says, wow, obviously vaxxed and wacko. Wacko's the perfect word, actually. Let's see. All right. Rogue Thought says, it's bizarre the brainwashed believe they have the facts and know exactly what's going on. Well, it's like you see it on social media all the time in Canada, the Liberal voters. It's a common theme with them, that they are the educated ones and that the conservatives don't have self-awareness. I've actually had somebody write that to me in the comments, that conservatives don't have self-awareness. Seriously, somebody wrote that. Well, it was like this kind of like sob story about how difficult it was for her to be intelligent in this world, and and unfortunately conservatives don't have self-awareness. If you were that bright, you would have grasped the irony in what you were writing. Damn. Self-awareness strikes again. They honestly believe that they are these sophisticated, discerning voters, right? They have no idea what the other side thinks. None. They don't need to. If you're a conservative in Canada, it's guaranteed you know what they're thinking, because you can't get away from it. It's so dominant. Every institution, the corporate media, everything. If you're just watching it one day and say to yourself, I feel like they're trying to indoctrinate me, I'm going to do some research, right? I'm going to look for some different opinions. You have to make an effort, right? It takes no effort to be a brain dead, indoctrinated liberal in Canada, or leftist in Canada. They're not really liberals. Let's be honest about that. They're all radical far leftists, even if, whether they realize that or not. But they genuinely believe that these, because they have a BA, English Lit or something like that, some bullshit degree. They really genuinely believe that conservatives are stupid and unsophisticated, and, and that we literally have no idea what we're talking about. We do. We know more than them, because we know what they think and we know what we think. So we've actually got more to draw on. But it's this kind of very sad, snobbish thing. And these are also the people that hate the United States. They have the same kind of snobbish, superior attitude towards Americans as well. It's just gross, to be honest. I mean, and these are people that will, when the teleprompter tells them to put their elbows up and do the chicken dance, they will. And then they'll call themselves sophisticated, discerning, and self-aware. There's no end to the irony. Let's see. All right, let's move on. What are we? We're almost 2 hours in. What the heck is happening? We looked at the memes already, didn't we? All right, so this is a crazy dingbat lady. Let's see. What's this? Breaking. Adults claiming they are stressed are now relying on pacifiers to soothe themselves in a new disturbing trend. I feel a sense of safety from childhood. The thing is, you're supposed to grow up. That's the whole thing, and not need the pacifier. You'd actually be much happier if you just did that. Let's see.
Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know. How would they know? How would they know?
Well, they may not know you have the pacifier in, but they are going to know that you're an A1 dingbat for sure, and that you're pretty much useless to society, unfortunately. So there's that. Let's see. Oh, here we go. So this is interesting. From Hamas atrocities, Queers for Palestine meets Palestine. Well, isn't this what we've been saying? Let's take a look.
On est trans, on se fait agresser tout le temps, et on peut rien dire. Bonsoir tout le monde, je me suis...
Okay, I can't understand that, but what we have here is a trans woman beaten by a group of North African immigrants in Brussels, Belgium. I have always supported Palestine. I don't understand. You may not understand, but we do. Yet they don't like you, and they're very clear about it. Like, learn something about them before you decide to go all in, right? I don't know. It's not like they're trying to hide it. It would take 3 seconds to find out that, yeah, you may be for them. They ain't for you. Woke mind virus. Level of stupidity. All right. We're going to do a little bit more Canadian news here. From Mr. Sunshine Baby, watch Pierre Poilievre is asked about mass immigration and issues facing Canada. His response is that deportations must happen. So this is what was really required in the election. I don't think it actually would have put him over the edge because he didn't lose support during the election. It's just that you had like 10% of the NDP vote go over to the Liberals. And once Trudeau was out of the picture, you saw Liberal support shoot up. As soon as they had Mark Carney in there, at a time when maybe 1 out of 10 Canadians could have named him from a picture, right? They weren't voting. They didn't change their minds back to Liberal because they loved Mark Carney. They didn't even know who he was. But they shot right back up again because simply it was a matter of we don't want to vote Conservative because we've been completely indoctrinated and poisoned against just the word Conservative. So here's a new face for the Liberal Party, so we'll just vote for that. And whatever nice things that Rosemary Barton's teleprompter tells us about him, we'll just go with that. So I don't think he was going to win anyway, right? I think that not enough people have found that line where they're affected enough by the catastrophe of the Liberal reign over the last decade. I'm hopeful, it's not certain, but I'm hopeful enough people will find that line. I mean, it's certainly going to continue to get worse for people. It's just what's their limit before they have to do something that the CBC has told them that they could never do. Has heavily implied they don't want them to do. But in any case, this is helpful. So, and it has the added bonus of just being true. So let's take a look.
Thanks for taking my question, Cian, with Juno News. I'd like to ask about immigration.
Yes.
Nigel Farage in the United Kingdom has been quite popular recently. He might even be prime minister if an election was held today with his plan to deport illegal migrants across the channel. Donald Trump, same thing. He just launched a father-son recruitment campaign for ICE. It seems like the entire Western world, including the Liberals, have realized that out-of-control immigration is a problem, but Canada is the only country without a solution to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have sovereignty without control of the borders. So I'm wondering what your plan is to fix it and get illegal migrants out of this country.
Thank you. Well, for anyone who has been deemed inadmissible needs to leave, and they need to be deported. Anyone who commits a crime while they're in Canada, they need to be immediately detained, and when their detention is complete, they need to be deported from the country. We need to track down the roughly 600 criminals that the Liberals have lost track of. That means using all our security agencies to find out where they are, to locate them, arrest them, put them on planes, get them out of Canada. We need to make it clear that anyone who commits a hate crime or an act of violence against an identifiable group should be, that is not a citizen and not a permanent resident, needs to be deported from this country. We need to get rid of the incentives for people to come here that are not real refugees. So we need a review of all the benefits that go to people who come as asylum claimants to make sure they're not getting more benefits than Canadian taxpayers get. And those that arrive last should be their cases should be treated first, so that they know that they'll be leaving quickly. That will get the message back to the country of origin that if you come to Canada and you're not a real refugee, your case will be heard in a few weeks and you'll be back in your own country. That would, right now, there's the opposite incentive. People who are not real refugees come into Canada and they say, well, even if I'm rejected, I'll have 7 or 8 years of appeal, during which time they get all kinds of benefits. If we was very clear that the benefits wouldn't be there, that they would be sent back within a couple of weeks, they wouldn't come in the first place. We need to secure our borders to stop the crossings. And more broadly on immigration, we need to bring way down the numbers of international students, of temporary foreign workers that are flooding our markets with low-wage labor. The big corporations love it because they can drive down wages for Canadian youth who are facing unprecedented unemployment. The temporary foreign worker program was not meant to drive down wages. It was meant to fill jobs that Canadians could not or would not do, particularly in agriculture. Now it's just become a full-purpose thing that Starbucks or anyone else can use to drive wages down. If they're having a hard time getting Canadian youth working, what they need to do is raise wages. So we need to cut back on the temporary foreign worker program And finally, the overall number needs to go down. Over the next several years, we actually need more people leaving than coming. That's net negative migration. And so that's what I've said. We've got these millions of people whose visas are going to come up. When their visas run out, they're not eligible to stay. They need to be told to leave. And if they don't leave, then obviously they need to be deported. And that will allow us our housing, healthcare, and jobs to catch up with the number of people in our country. Thank you.
Well, I would have liked to have heard that level of forthrightness, or that level. I wish he had been that forthright. I wish he had been that forthright. I wish that he had been that forthright during the election. I think that was really needed. I'm glad to hear it now. I think that we're going to have to get, I think that like permanent residency is, the law surrounding that is going to have to be reviewed. And I think that also citizenship in extreme cases, we're going to have to look at that as well. It seems like we've got some dangerous people here that we don't really need to have. So, but it's good to see this. I mean, it's sanity. It's good to just hear sanity, right? Like hard words that are required. Like the situation requires some toughness. What it requires is dad, right? Instead of mother. What we have right now is the liberal mother, right? Mark Carney has replaced Justin Trudeau as the all-consuming mother figure in Canada, the matriarchal figure in Canada. We need some more of this. It's just, hard truth, necessary truths, right? We just have to do this, right? Some people are going to be sad, and that's a shame, but we have to do it. It's just the way it is, right? Negative immigration. Boy, that doesn't sound like empathy or compassion or something. That doesn't sound like mindless, heedless empathy and compassion. That doesn't sound like dysfunction, right? That doesn't sound like chaos. That doesn't sound like liberal chaos. Boy, it must be bad. It must be mean or something. Guess what? Sometimes you have to do things that some people might think are a bit mean. And usually those people are delusional lunatics who contribute absolutely nothing anyway. So there's that. All righty. I love to hear it, though. I love to hear it. So, in Poilievre news, by the way, Pierre Poilievre appears to have fired his top advisor. It's from the Pleb Reporter. Jenny Byrne will not lead Conservatives into the next election. Well, she's not very successful as a campaign manager. And good. I think she needs to go. And if she was the one telling Pierre Poilievre not to be as forthright as he needed to be about important issues that Canadians cared about. I mean, the immigration thing was just a no-lose situation. Everybody understands, except for, the most, delusional, the most far gone, revolutionary communists in Canada. Everybody understands there's too many damn people and we got to cut it off, If she's the one who I assume it was her that was telling to tone that down, I guess she needs to go. I mean, because she's useless, right? What we need is truth now. We just need truth. We don't need politics. We don't need games. We don't need maneuvering. We just need truth. I think in the next election, Canadians hopefully will just be ready for the truth. So I think this is a good move. What's going on here? So Pierre is gearing up for his return to Parliament, and he's releasing, he's doing a lot of these press conferences. He's releasing a lot of videos onto social media. He's picking up steam. He's doing the right thing. He's picking up steam when he needs to. He kind of went quiet there after the election, which I think was a smart move. But now it's time to reassert himself. We don't know when the next election is going to be, right? So I think this is good. And he's proposing the Canadian Sovereignty Act, saying it would legalize economic development because because economic development in Canada has basically been made illegal by the Liberal Party. Let's hear what he has to say.
We are here to announce the Canadian Sovereignty Act and to make a call to action. A conservative government would have acted more quickly to protect the sovereignty of our country. Under the Liberal government, that sovereignty has been eroded by policies that block our development, tax our people, and make us uncompetitive. The Canadian Sovereignty Act would move us in the opposite direction. It seeks to legalize economic development, reward those who build, protect Canadian innovation, and get shovels in the ground on major nation-building projects between now and March the 14th, the one-year anniversary of Mark Carney taking office. The problem, of course, is that Donald Trump has imposed unjustified and unjustifiable tariffs on our economy and our people. Now, Mark Carney promised that he would handle Donald Trump. That's a quote. He said that he would negotiate a win with Donald Trump. He said that the deal would be done by July the 21st, and then he said it would be done by August the 1st. Those promises were not kept. The tariffs have actually doubled since Mark Carney became Prime Minister, promising that he would get results. The promises have not been kept, and meanwhile, Canada's economy gets weaker. The deficit is now bigger under Carney than it was under Trudeau. Inflation is rising. Home building is falling. Tens of billions of dollars of net investment have left Canada since he took office. Not a single major pipeline or natural gas facility, a new one, has been identified for approval by the Carney government, and we're going in the exact wrong direction.
Yeah, like, do something. Okay, so he was the deal maker. He was the guy who knows how the world works, and he knows how to get things done. Get a deal on trade. Get a deal on tariffs, right? Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. Get something, right? Don't leave us like the worst deal in the world. Just do as well as the EU say, or Mexico. How about that? Just do that. Do that. Like, worst is not good. That means you're not good at negotiating. It means you don't know how the world works. And really, it's all just there before us, isn't it? I mean, what does Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative Party represent? Just doing the obvious, like the sane things that any other country would do, right? So LNG plants, pipelines, the world wants our energy. They're not interested in our cheese or back bacon, right? Or, I don't know, Wayne Gretzky memorabilia. I don't know, right? They're not interested in that. They're interested in our energy and our minerals and our natural resources. That's what they're interested in. Just get that happening. How about that? Get something going on. In Germany, they built a LNG plant in 6 months. 6 months. So, you can say, oh, well, Mark Carney hasn't been prime minister for that long. Well, so there's nothing even proposed. And nothing will get proposed, by the way, because the government of Canada, still under Mark Carney, makes it impossible for anything to get done. Any kind of national project is going to have to be approved by 8,000 different Indian groups, which is never going to happen. It's all purposeful, by the way, right? Carney doesn't want anything. He doesn't want pipelines. He doesn't want anything actually happening. The last 15 years of his life have been all about none of that happening, keeping the oil in the ground. It's all in his book, by the way, that he just wrote a few years ago. He hasn't changed his mind. It's all right there and all it does not require a genius plan from Pierre Poilievre or anybody else. It's just do the same obvious thing that any other country would do in the same position. Just do that. All right. What else have we got? All right, so the Sovereignty Act, we've already got that. Well, here, Pierre Poilievre, this is posted by the Elevate podcast. Here, Pierre Poilievre is stating the obvious, that Mark Carney is just like Justin Trudeau. This should come as no surprise to anybody. I said in my videos ad nauseum during the election that Mark Carney had been advising Justin Trudeau since at least 2020. And especially after anybody were to look at Mark Carney's book or just listen to what he said in interviews for years upon years. It was obvious that Mark Carney's fingerprints had been all over the Trudeau policies. You think that it was Trudeau's idea to have this gas-powered car ban by 2035? No. Do you think it was Trudeau's idea to throw $50 billion at a bunch of useless EV projects? No. That was Carney. Carney's fingerprints have been all over everything. Probably the cricket farms as well, right down to the cricket farms. I don't know how this isn't obvious to anybody at this point, but let's take a look.
I know you're going to have to peer into the mind of Mark Carney here, but what's going on? Why do you believe they are not coming out and giving an indication of what might happen? Why aren't they standing up and saying, we're looking at not bringing in the emissions cap, or we're looking at doing something about the No More Pipelines law? Why do you think, what's going on there? Why do you think the federal government is not dealing at all in any way with this issue?
Well, first of all, let's talk about Mark Carney and then the Liberal Party. Mark Carney for the last 10 years, was a net zero, keep it in the ground, green fanatic. He said that he wanted to keep at least half of our oil in the ground. And he believed he's testified against the Northern Gateway Pipeline. He supported all of the carbon taxes. He's publicly spoken out in favor of the electric vehicle mandate to ban your gas and diesel powered cars. Now, he's tried to present himself as some big change because he looks and sounds different than Justin Trudeau, but he has supported all of the same policies. And what he's doing right now is ragging the puck and trying to drag people along into believing that he will one day do something. But he hasn't done anything other than hold a lot of meetings and make a lot of bold statements. C5 is better than nothing, but it won't do anything for the energy sector here unless you also get rid of the nasty 9 laws that Danielle Smith is asking us to end. Like I said earlier, you cannot build an oil pipeline, even if the pipeline itself were approved, if the government is capping the production to prevent oil from going into the pipe, or if the government continues to ban shipping the oil when it comes out of the pipe. So it's not enough to just pass one law that gives himself the power to cherry pick projects. What you actually have to do is get rid of the nasty 9 anti-development laws. And that's what the Canadian Sovereignty Act will do. It will legalize fast development of major projects in hydroelectricity, oil, gas, nuclear, and more, so that we can become self-sufficient and sovereign. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's becoming increasingly obvious that Mark Carney is going to do what I said he was going to do during the election, which was simply just extract every penny from Canada, every bit of wealth, and max out the national credit card, leave an even huger debt than we have right now, than Trudeau left us with, to use Canada as his net zero laboratory. He's been obsessed with net zero for a couple of decades now. He's not going to change his mind. He just wrote a book about it a few years ago, right? Like, obviously he hasn't changed his mind. Obviously, from what he's doing, he hasn't changed his mind. It was all lies. He tricked Canadians into voting for him, clearly, just as Trudeau had done. Ignorant, gullible people listened to him. They believed what came out of Rosemary Barton's teleprompter, and they voted for him. But clearly at this point, none of what he said he was going to do, his concessions to, conservatives in Canada, or to just sane people, or to business and industry in Canada, none of that was true. It was all a lie. It was all a lie. Canada will have its national credit card maxed out. It will be left, and Canada will be left holding the bag when he's gone, after he has used Canada as his net zero laboratory. That's what's happening. That's what I think will happen. All right. What's going on here? All right, so that's that. Let's move on. Let's get to the chat for a minute. Actually, should we do an ad read? Should we do an ad read? Those are fun. We love those. Oh, wow. This is my favorite. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. You ready? Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. There's only 1,000 units. 1,000 units, people. That's not many. That's exclusive. You're getting the bold, dark roast that hits hard, the smooth, medium roast, and the Vitality Mushroom Coffee for clean energy and laser focus. No crash, no commies. Oh, single origin, small batch, toxin-free. Ooh, we don't like toxins. And mold-free. Gross. Mold. I'm so glad it's mold-free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinion. She's probably one of those weird boomer commies. And a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear. Yours for only $99. My friends, that is less than $100. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. And spoiler alert, it sure is. Go to 1775coffee.com. That's 1775coffee.com/studio. You're going to remember studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something. Is it free speech? You bet it's free speech, just like Rumble does. There we go, people. I know there wasn't the most commie hate in that, but still, they had some good commie hate. I thought it was effective. It's not always like about the amount of it. It's like, how effective is the commie hate that's in it? Oh, we got a glitch coming up soon, people. Anytime now, we're going to have that glitch. Anytime. Let's see. I want to check something. Okay. And all right. Oh boy. This check goes a long way. For some reason, the chat went all the way to the beginning. I don't know why that happened. Now I have to scroll way down. There's a lot. There we go. All right. Oh, all right. JJ Nevada makes a really salient point here. Stinking commies ruin everything. He knows. He speaks the truth. Wise words. Great minds think alike. Cross says it's just an eye-opener that we can't get sympathetic to stupid. Too stupid. It's difficult. Nevada says you can't fix stupid. I know. That's the problem. Cross says our ancestors had it right when they shut out those that try to talk it. Talk what? I think I missed out on a bunch of chat. Let's see. Cross says, if you are a commie, need to be shunned and shown out. Well, the thing about commies is that they want to destroy your life. And their policies lead to you starving to death and millions of people starving to death. It's a problem. It's a problem. Commies are a problem. They should be mocked. It should be deeply embarrassing for somebody to say openly and in public that they're a commie. They should be laughed at and mocked for their stupidity, because it is bafflingly stupid. It's not like there's not like a billion books written about like what happened in the 20th century, right? It's not that, it's just the 20th century, right? Like it's, there's, 100 million, 120 million people needlessly died for a stupid failed idea, for an idiotic idea. Rogue Thought says, I feel like the UK and Canada are in a game of Russian roulette. Each just keeps adding bullets to the revolver. The UK is winning, losing right now. I'm not sure. I think maybe the UK is a little bit worse. A little bit. Although they did come to their senses on the child gender experiments thing. So maybe we're edging them out. I don't know. Nevada says, I worry about more about Canadians because it's right here. Well, that's the thing. I think the U.S. would just invade us before it got too crazy, right? Before we had, like, Chinese military bases, which I'm sure Carney is planning, by the way. Like, probably if they'll bring over like 15 solar panels, they can have a base. Let's see. Rosie says 1775 coffee had gold spoon clip, good growls, morning routine that stands for something effective, commie hate, acceptable. 1777 out of 1775. That's the most you can get out of 1775. Let's see. McCross says, fun fact, women spend more time wondering about what men are thinking than men actually spend thinking. Yeah, I got to admit, a lot of the time I'm just like, just that, nothing. Just empty air. Nevada said, barely acceptable commie hate, 9 out of 10. Still pretty good. I agree, though. I admit that was barely acceptable levels of commie hate. Let's see. Nevada said, if I was her, I would just grab them. Are you suffering from autogynophilia, Nevada? Stop watching right now. All right. Just kidding. We're now. I don't know. We're going to do more Canadian stuff. Let's do a little bit quick stuff here. Those endless yap sessions with the premiers are getting old. JJ McCullough stated this because Mark Carney, it's all just show. He keeps meeting with people. He keeps meeting with the premiers. Nothing's ever going to get done. He meets with the native groups and tells them, don't worry, we won't do anything unless every single Indigenous person in Canada agrees. It's all just for show. It's pointless. Let's see. So here's Mark Carney with some of his propaganda, right? Attempting to scare Canadians and pretending to be a father figure to Canada when he's in fact actually a mother figure. He's a matriarchal figure. Let's say he has just taken Trudeau's place as Canada's all-consuming mother, right? Let's listen.
We're living in an increasingly dangerous and divided world.
Do you got anything to do with that, Carney? Maybe you have something to do with that.
The international order, built after the Second World War and reshaped following the Cold War, is under pressure. Russia is emboldened. China is more assertive.
Really? Why are you giving them $1 billion? Why are we having ferries, Canadian ferries built in China, and you're providing subsidies to it of, $1.5 billion? Why are we doing that then? Well, and why have you been spending so much time in China over the last while? Why did you go and get a $250 million loan from a Chinese state bank for Brookfield, 4 months before you became prime minister? Why all that? Huh? I guess we'll have to wait for your answer.
The long-held view that Canada's geographic location will protect us is becoming archaic. Our Arctic waters are increasingly open, and there have been rapid advances in cyber, artificial intelligence, quantum, and advanced missile capabilities. Climate change is making our country more vulnerable. The Arctic's...
Is it, though? Is it making our country more vulnerable? Maybe it's our policies that are making us more vulnerable, right? I mean, he's talking in front of the military here, right? Maybe it's the instead of funding useful things for the military, it's funding, I don't know, DEI and building new DEI bureaucracies in the military and wasting money on tampons for men's washrooms, right? We have a bit of a recruitment problem as well, by the way. Maybe it has something to do with liberal policies and humiliating the soldiers. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the fact the soldiers have to buy their own gear when they're abroad. Let's continue.
Melting. Our wildfires and floods are more frequent and devastating.
No, they're not. According to your own government records, they're not. But anyway, let's continue.
And these are all threats to which the Canadian Armed Forces responds. The Canadian Forces keep our people and communities safe through major disasters. I'll give examples. This summer, Canadian forces have helped communities in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, soon Newfoundland and Labrador, including already by safely evacuating over 6,000 Canadians. This week alone, Canadian Forces members, originally from CFB Trenton, airdropped life-saving humanitarian aid into Gaza. Canadian Armed Forces are standing guard in Latvia.
You know, maybe this is just a crazy idea. Maybe they could drop some aid into, I don't know, Canadian cities, you know, where it's like 2 million people a month are using the food bank and there's tent cities everywhere. I don't know, maybe drop some aid there perhaps. That'd be interesting. You could use the military to do it. Now, he's saying that he's going to be increasing the pay for military. Now, whether or not that's just top brass or not, whether it's going to work the same as at the CBC, I don't know. But we haven't heard anything really constructive, anything that's really going to help. I mean, I don't think that, you know, while he's making the speech, also demonizing, having the military demonized as far right and white supremacist, I'm not sure that's going to be helpful. They've already got a massive shortfall for recruitment. That's not going to help. So I don't think that our DEI military, even though they're obviously very capable people in it, in spite of the fact that the Liberal government for the last decade has been doing everything in their power to weaken it and demoralize it. But I don't think that we're going to see any big improvements from Mother Mark Carney. I don't buy it. Let's see. What does this say? Mark Nixon. Mark Carney's speech wasn't about safety. It was about control. First, he scares you with Russia, China, climate change, and missiles. Then he tells you Canada's location won't protect us anymore. Next, he drowns you in disaster-porn wildfires, floods, and melting Arctic cyber threats. Well, of course, he's going to be turning Canada into that net zero laboratory. Then comes the hero montage. Military saving lives, aiding Gaza, guarding Latvia. Cue the gratitude. Now you're primed. No budget mentioned yet, but you're already ready to pay any price for protection. This isn't a speech, it's conditioning. It's all just manipulation. He's learned his World Economic Forum messages well, hasn't he? Let's see. So, Mark Carney can make all the speeches that he wants, but it's not going well for Canada. We are amongst the we have amongst the worst tariff deals. We have amongst the worst tariffs with the United States of any country in the world. He has not spoken to Trump in 41 days. He has not spoken to Trump since June. June. Just think about that. This biggest crisis since World War II. He has not even spoken to Trump since June. Investment is flooding into the United States from the Winnipeg Sun, August 7th, 2025. Do something. Do something. Well, I think he's got big plans for carbon capture and cricket farms. So I guess it just takes a while to put that together. All right. Enough of that. I want to show you some Canadian media bias. And we're going to get through this. I think we're almost through the Canadian stuff. I want to show you some Canadian media bias. Ryan Garrettson here. Endless gaslighting from the media. So here's the Globe and Mail. Why the absence of a U.S. trade deal might be a good thing. Might be a good thing. Oh, they know where they're going to get their subsidies from. Of course they do. Might be a good thing. I mean, you couldn't make it any more obviously propaganda. Let's see. CTV outright lying to Canadians today. So this is talking about Carney was trying to make a bilateral trade deal with Mexico, cutting out the United States. Obviously, that was not going to work. It just never should have been attempted in the first place. This is totally counterproductive because it's just not going to happen. Let's see. Mexico's Sheinbaum says no need for bilateral trade deal with Canada. She said that before any Canadians had even gotten down there to talk. No need. Of course she's not going to. She's just got a 90-day reprieve from Trump. Of course she's not going to do this. Of course. I mean, why? Who would think that? Who would think they would be insane enough to do that? CTV News reports Mexico seeks more trade with Canada in face of Trump tariffs. That's their headline. Yes, they said they'd like to do more trade, but there's no need for a bilateral trade deal. That's what it was all about. And obviously, they're not going to do that. Obviously. I thought Mark Carney was the guy who knew how the world works. Somebody who knows how the world works would not do this. It makes no sense. Let's see. Yeah, of course, we had the from True North. Legacy media silent as pro-Sharia imam kicks off Canadian tour. Establishment figures have been completely silent about the Canadian tour of a Salafi preacher who touts an extreme anti-Western ideology to his followers. But a Christian singer, Sean Foyt, he has to be canceled. They hate you. They hate you. They absolutely hate you. The media inclusion with the government, with actually an inclusion with every institution, they just hate you. They don't like you, right? They do not like you. Nobody could lie so handily, so obviously, and so transparently to somebody that they liked, right? That they had any respect for or any concern for whatsoever. All right. Yes, this Christian singer and all these evil Christians in the crowd, yes, they're the real threat. They're the real threat, not the people that are screaming death to Canada. No, they're good. They're good. They've got non-traditional values, so nothing wrong there. Let's see. Yeah, Jonathan K. wrote, I didn't think it was possible, but Canadian cancel culture authoritarians have somehow figured out a way to make us love Christian rock. We've got to get Stryper on a tour. We've got to get Stryper out here. We've got some Canadian stuff that we can get through very quickly. So from Table Salt, Canada lost 39,000 private sector and 5,800 self-employed jobs in July. Of course, it added 4,000 more public sector jobs. Oh, now there are 4.5 million public sector workers in Canada. So Mark Carney was saying that he wants to cut the public service by 15%. So that was obviously also a lie. So he was going to cut immigration. That's a lie. There's going to be more this year than came in under Trudeau's last year. Everything is a lie. He's going to get pipelines done. No, absolutely not. He's got to find a way to get them done. He's going to bring everybody together. No, he's done the opposite. He's ensuring that nothing actually gets done until he's ready to subsidize, to max out the national credit card to build his carbon capture and windmills and cricket farms, I guess. So yes, the public sector is, in fact, actually growing. Government jobs are actually growing. So just everything that's come from this man has been a complete lie. Let's see. All right, let's move on. Trump tariffs. Concerned Canadian, would you support an economic union similar to the Eurozone, wherein we would use a common currency and open borders with no tariffs, while still protecting individual sovereignty? Thoughts? So something like the Eurozone, but in North America. Scott Bessant was talking about this while the election in Canada was ongoing and calling it Fortress Canada. And that would be something that would be preferred. So a deeper union, deeper ties and cooperation between Canada and the United States. Fortress North America. This makes perfect sense. We're right next to each other. We've got all these really handy roads that go and railway tracks that go back and forth. Really very convenient, actually, for trade. This would be just a no-brainer. Like, the American economy is taking off. We need to be able to take advantage of that. It's 80% of our trade already. There's no oceans between us. Yes, try and diversify trade as much as we can, but we're not going to diversify the 20% now that's not the United States into 80%. That's just ridiculous. Again, there's oceans on either side and a frozen wasteland to the north. This is what makes sense. Greater integration. Fortress North America. Fortress North America. Of course, we'll have to have a non-CCP infiltrated government first, because it doesn't really work if your government is totally infiltrated and bought by the CCP. It doesn't really work if you've got a prime minister, say, that was openly promoted by the CCP, where the CCP would just obviously, provably running influence campaigns to benefit the current prime minister. That's a problem. But yes, Fortress North America, that is kind of a no-brainer to me. Let's take advantage of the American economy, right? Liberal voters are so stupid, they think that Canada has never had a tariff on another country, right? It's not like Trump just he invented tariffs. No, we've had heavy tariffs on the United States, right? I guess the media, the Canadian corporate media and the left-wing politicians, and I have to say the Conservatives have not done much better with this either, but they've been content just floating this fiction that somehow Canada has never tariffed anybody and we're just completely innocent and this is just absolutely uncalled for and we're just this total innocent nation. It's just ridiculous. Hammer something out. Hammer something out. In fact, get rid of all the tariffs on both sides. That's what I would like to see. Canada would flourish as long as we had reasonable leadership and a business-friendly environment in Canada. Is it too much to ask for? Probably. Of course, here's that Doug Ford being extremely helpful. The Pleb Reporter posted this. What's he saying? I'm sure this is going to be really great in the middle of the greatest crisis since World War II and a tariff war with the United States. Let's hear what he has to say.
What's the general impression of Trump in Canada?
He's probably the most disliked politician in the world in Canada because he's attacked his closest family member, and that's the way we look on it. And when I talk to the governors and senators and Congress people, even Republicans totally disagree, but they're too scared to come out and say anything because the president...
Gee, I wonder if this is going to be helpful. Every word that comes out of this guy's mouth is political calculation. Every word. I think he's a scumbag. I think he's a big fat fraud. I think that everything he says, everything is motivated by political opportunism. I think he wants to be the conservative leader of the federal Conservative Party. If that ever happens in Canada, I will never vote Conservative again. I will just find something else. I will find, if there's like a party with like one person running in one riding, I'll just vote for them. I'll vote for the PPC, anything. I will not vote Conservative if this big fat fraud is running the party. Absolutely not. He's not even a conservative. He's liberal. He should run for the Liberals. Yeah, by the way, he has to know that this is not helpful. This is counterproductive. It's stupid. It's just stupid. But this is how you know he doesn't care. This is how you know he's a big fat fraud. That is all about Doug Ford and political opportunism and his own ambition. That's how you know. Because you can't come out and say this, right? And think that it's going to be helpful in any way. It's not stupidity though. It's cynicism. All right. So we got that. Okay, we're almost through the Canadian stuff now. This is really exciting. Oh, yeah. So this is great. So Pierre Poilievre wrote, so Pierre Poilievre posted this because there's a big cloud of uncertainty right now around immigration in Canada. Carney said he was going to cut it back. It doesn't seem to be that way. It doesn't seem to be that way. And it looks like they're hiding the numbers. Pierre Poilievre says, instead of fixing their out-of-control immigration messes, Liberals just stop publishing the numbers. That's how you know it's going to be even more than it was under Trudeau last year. They're not publishing the numbers. Conservatives from the Sun. This is Brian Pacifium. Conservatives blast IRCC for failing to update crucial immigration data. Did we miss the glitch? 2 hours and 46 minutes. Is the glitch gone? Oh, weird. All right. Anyway, online data regularly published online by the IRCC hasn't been updated since March 2025. This is how you know that he also lied about immigration. Canada's Tory immigration critic is wondering where the numbers are. We're also wondering where the numbers with the budget are as well. Oh, yeah, they're just going to put it out in the fall at some point. In a statement released on Wednesday, Conservative MP Michelle Rempel-Garner issued a statement calling out Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, IRCC, and their failure to regularly update online immigration data. I suppose it might not be deception. It might just be incompetence. This is a Liberal government. Since Mark Carney took office in March, the IRCC has failed to publish any of their public data sets. This is in stark contrast to their regular release schedule. How many illegal border crossings have we had? Let's see. I'm going to guess lots. How many more asylum claims have piled onto an already backlogged wait list? I'm going to guess a shitload. How many more permits have the Liberals handed out that continue to overwhelm our housing, healthcare system, and job market? I'm going to guess infinite number. Whatever they are, Canada has a right to know. Such data is in high demand as the Mark Carney Liberals deal with a decade of disastrous immigration policy under former PM Justin Trudeau, triggering an immigration and migration crisis, which compounded Canada's ongoing affordability and housing crisis, and just everything has gone to hell. Let's see, the Canada Border Services Agency lost track of nearly 30,000 individuals slated for deportation after they failed to show up for their removal proceedings. Who could have guessed that might happen? Who could have guessed they might do that? Jeez. So there you go. There you go. Canadian immigration not going so well. Let's see. New data reveals 19% of private sector jobs are now filled by temporary foreign workers. So 1 in 5 private sector jobs filled by temporary foreign workers, while you have giant lineups for like a couple of jobs. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic. So, yeah. Mark Carney is not doing anything and fixing anything because he likes it just how it is. All right. Oh, yeah. And by the way, Mark Wiseman, co-founder of the Century Initiative, whose purpose is to increase the population of Canada to 100 million people by the year 2100, they're actually on par to do it in more like 2050 at this point, literally. But he's an advisor, top advisor to Mark Carney. And Mark Carney is a very big fan of the Century Initiative. Let's hear this.
Century Initiative is still perceived by some as only focusing on the goal of growing the population to 100 million by 2100. Let me be clear. I still believe in the viability of that goal.
Well, first, let me thank the Globe and Mark Wiseman, Century Initiative, everyone for this very timely discussion. And
Century Initiative is still
Yeah, nothing's going to happen with immigration. It looks like it's increasing, and I'm fairly certain at this point that by next year we will find out it was well over 2 million people, more than came in under Trudeau. So that's not good. And we already looked at this, and that's fine. So now we are on the last tab for the evening. All the Canada stuff's done. I think most of it. Maybe there's a couple of things in here. All right, but now it's just a bunch of goofy junk. Let's see. Ugh, we already did the slop eaters. Ugh, disgusting. What are you guys saying? Let's see if there's another. Let's go to the weather. We've been watching the boating shows for a while. Let's see what's going on with the weathers. What are you guys talking about? What are you degenerates talking about in the chat? Let's see. Rosie says, fading in and out. Nevada's getting tired. Well, I can't do the you-know-what tonight. It's not the right night. It's Friday. Grab a little coffee or something. Get some animal's adrenaline gland and chew on it. Come on. This is serious. We're not going to be... I think this will be a fairly short one for a Friday night, actually. Might only go like 3.5 hours. Let's see. Radio streamer, good to see you. You're late. You're late. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Let's see. It's been a little bit dry tonight, hasn't it? The stream. It has been a little bit dry tonight. That's why everybody's getting tired. But I don't know. Sometimes it's just the news, you know? Let's see. What the hell's going on? I think the chat just jumped all the way to the beginning again. God damn it. Give me a second. 3, 2, 1, half, 0.5. Okay, here we go. Radio streamer, I say you get 10 years of U.S. Now it's jumping again. I say you get 10 years of U.S. territory first. We don't need a new California-style voter bloc. Could swing us back to Democratic control. I don't know that it is conservative enough right now. Well, Eastern Canada's not. Okay, you guys are talking about... Macross says, I say Canada should file for statehood in Canada. Should file for state, and we deport the illegal Britain immigrants in Canada. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. We can deport, Macross says we can deport True Douche back to Cuba and Carney back to the UK. Where he belongs. Where he belongs. Let's see. Macross says our ICE agents will round up the commies and send them back. Well, that sounds nice. Climate change and the Century Initiative are at direct odds. Trudeau Survivor says climate change and the Century Initiative are at direct odds. Well, I think it's really just about funneling money to net zero projects is what it's about. Let's see. Streamer says it just needs more commie hate. We didn't have enough commie stuff. That's why it's been a bit dry. We didn't have enough commie stuff on tonight. Damn it. J-Ham says, how you doing, J-Ham? Just getting here and everyone else is getting tired. Come on, team, let's go. I'm getting tired too. I'm going to have a sip of ranch juice. There we go. Rogue Thought says, I like how it's weather and boatings. We all know why it's plural. Weathers and boatings. Huh. Interesting. Chef Rico, how you doing? Let's see. Still here. Blah, blah, blah. More commie hate. It fixes everything. Radio streamer says, I'll try. Well, what do we got here? Can I inject a bit of commie hate into this? This doctor lost his job for sharing Babylon Bee jokes. So this is an Australian doctor. And, you know, it always seems a bit weird. Like Asians with an Australian accent is kind of strange. It's kind of a bit jarring for some reason.
His medical license was suspended in 2019 for demeaning social media posts, including very offensive content like Babylon Bee jokes.
Yeesh. The worst. Those guys are the worst.
Look, I'm proud of being found guilty about Babylon Bee things, to be quite honest. I think that it helps to show how bad the situation is over here, really, that a Christian can share things from the Babylon Bee and lose their career over it.
So are you a doctor like Dr. Jill Biden over here, or are you a real doctor? I have a weird lump on my back. Can I show it to you? Or
yeah, after the show.
So do you like Bluey?
Bluey? Oh, yeah. Do you guys watch that over there?
Yeah, like just me by myself, not with children at all.
The sorts of things that I believe and say about these topics are unacceptable for a licensed practicing doctor in Australia.
So he seems like just a normal, sane person who Australia is totally woke. What are you guys saying? Yeah, it's Australia is I mean, it was always known as this kind of like rugged place, and it always was, and now it's woke. It's like I think in some ways it's more woke than Canada is, actually. So I mean, sharing memes. I mean, that's just. I mean, really, they've embraced the more woke a place gets, the more authoritarian in 1984 it gets. It's just a rule. They seem to like it. They want it. They want the boot on the face forever. Trump gerrymanders U.S. to include Canada. So can he do that? Can he do that? I don't know. At this point, I mean, I'm wondering if it just might be the best solution for everybody, to be honest, until the Democrats get back in. Yep. Let's see. Oh, what's going on here? Coach Reeve on fans throwing green dildos onto the court.
That's disgusting.
Oh, dear. So, what's she saying? What is she going on about?
Throwing things onto the court. Obviously, you guys know what the object is. And I just want to comment on, this has been going on for centuries. The sexualization of women.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Nobody ever accused anybody in the WNBA of being smart. Let's see. Did you know for centuries, what did she say there?
This has been going on for centuries. The sexualization of women.
Did you know that women have been sexualized for centuries? I thought it was like everybody had been sexualizing everybody since the beginning of humans. I thought that's how it worked. Being that whole sexually reproducing species, sexually dimorphic. I thought that kind of just everybody was just naturally sexualizing everybody forever. That people had always done that because we're humans. And again, we're sexually reproducing species. It kind of makes sense to sexualize. Right? It's almost as if your brain can't help it somehow. But I mean, thankfully, this WNBA coach, is she a coach? Coach Reeve. Thankfully, this WNBA coach is here to inform us to educate us that, in fact, this sexualization has been going on for centuries. If nobody had ever sexualized anybody, there'd be no fucking people, you retard.
How can you talk if you haven't got a brain?
I don't know. But some people without brains do an awful lot of talking, don't they?
You can stuff it up your ass for nothing and fuck off while you're doing it.
What a class A retard. So, yeah, they're struggling with this. It's really the only fun thing about the WNBA. What's this guy saying about it? Let's see. Never been more invested in women's basketball. All right.
It's happened again. Another self-pleasure device has found its way into the WNBA. That's right, a fourth dilly has hit the court in tonight's game, and it is sending the WNBA into absolute meltdown. I was talking about this earlier in the week where the first dilly hit the floor and people couldn't believe it. They thought it was hilarious. And now as the week's gone on, it's just happened again and again, to the point where they've had to implement a new rule, not letting people bring bags in, or anyone with a bag has to have it checked. But everyone's screaming at home, screaming at their phones, saying they're not going to transport these big, green, beautiful dillies in a bag. That's ridiculous. It's going to get searched. It's going to be in your asshole. Now, I don't want to encourage this type of action because, of course, prolapse assholes are a problem for a lot of people, and I don't want that happening to people more often than it needs to. Here's hoping there's no games where this happens in San Francisco because due to the large population of transgender people, they may actually throw real-life cocks onto the court. I'm not sure, but it could fucking happen.
Oh, that could happen. That could. They need to mix it up, though. They need to start throwing some vibes out there. You got to mix it up. Some dills and some vibes. A mix. A dill and a vibe. Dills and vibes. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's really the only fun thing that's ever happened with the WNBA. So normally they're just busy being bad at basketball and then fighting with each other. Let's see. Breaking. WNBA is considering playing with no fans in attendance to prevent dildos, dillies from being thrown onto the court. They're not happy. So she made it marginally interesting, marginally popular, slightly marginally more popular, this Caitlin Clark, right? And now they're just going to play in front of nobody. I mean, you can't make this up. This is the most ridiculous league that's the most ridiculous league ever. You just couldn't make it up. It's just satire all the way through, or maybe parody. I don't know. Breaking. WNBA betting volume on dillies surpasses betting volume for who will win the game. They need to bet on vibes too. Dills and vibes. Let's see. Let's go to Polymarket and see because I heard you could bet on it. Well, they're saying here that you can bet on it, right? So do they say who? WNBA betting volume on... Yes, Polymarket Sports. Okay, Polymarket Sports. Let's go to Polymarket Sports. Polymarket Sports. Okay. Now let's see. Search Polymarket. WNBA. Dildo thrown at WNBA game. Let's see. Friday, August 8th. So in review. So that would be the fifth one because that video was recorded before. So tomorrow, let's see, 19,000 volume. I guess there's a 27%. There's a less than 1% for tonight. So I guess it didn't get thrown on. They didn't throw a dilly on the court. But they need to get vibes in here too. There needs to be dillies and dills and vibes. And then you could say, well, I think it'll be a vibe in this one. And then you could say, I think they're going to throw a dill and a vibe on the court, right? And then that would be like 2, so that you'd win a lot more on that one. 27% chance for tomorrow. Sunday, 31%. Why only 18% and 19% on Monday and Tuesday? Radio streamer, I wonder what would happen if women started throwing fake vaginas on the court. I don't know. Well, it would make it more fun still. It would definitely improve the league. No question about that. All right. So what have we missed here? Okay, let's go back to the start. This is just gross. Just gross. I don't like it. Don't like this eating with your hands thing. It's just look at that. It's disgusting. And then you see that
part of your politics when you.
He's got like rice all over his hands. Disgusting. You know he doesn't like that. Coach Reeve, there's that. So I would have died from laughter on this ride. Let's take a look. What's going on here?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free child place holidays available with 20.
So his pants are falling off. Now he's trying to pull off his buddy's pants. That's weird. Now it just got weird. It was funny. Now it's just gotten weird.
22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. After National Protection.
That is great. That is great. I have nothing else to say. Declaration of memes. You're watching Lord of the Rings, but everyone's Arnold. All right, let's give this a chance. I've seen there's a few of these where they just turn everything into Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's fun.
Have you heard nothing Lord Elrond has said? The ring must be destroyed. And I suppose you think you're the one to do it. And if we fail, what then? What happens when Sauron takes back what is his? I will be dead before I see the ring in the hands of an elf. You're talking about a kind of hero. Never trust an elf. Oh, you have to There is no battle. Have you heard nothing, Lord Elrond?
It's an improvement. Actually, I think this is like the best trilogy of films of all time. Better than the Godfather's films. All right. Maybe we'll watch this in a minute. I think this is a good one. Let's see. Plumbers should not go on those rides from Spambot. Absolutely not. Chef Rico says, "Oh my God, if they threw vaginas, truginas at an NBA, the dudes would unleash their inner 12-year-old. One to another, dude. This one looks like you, or did your mom model that?" Let's see. McCross says, "What if I throw it on the court in a basket?" That would be good. Well, that would probably be the first basket of the game. Let's see. That ride is a good way to catch a groping charge from Trudeau. So I was trying to pull this out. He was embarrassed because his own pants fell down. He started trying to pull down his friend's pants, which is weird. Not a good friend. Let's see. What else you guys saying? Rogue thought, you need to make a game out of that. Throw your dildo, and if you make a basket, you get an NBA ticket. Not even another like a free WNBA, and that's something actually valuable. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor. Canada secretly changed its name to Mexico in an attempt to trick Trump into getting a better trade deal. All right, well, that's probably next. It hasn't been very competently done. Denny, how you doing? Good to see you. All right. Chef Rigo says, "Why would we want Canada? No offense, my northern brothers. We have enough libs already. Don't need to import more." Well, that's the thing, right? Is that, do you really want a big California, right? No Republican would ever get elected president again is the problem. Let's see. All right. Jammer says, "Do I feel an ad coming on?" Well, let me check. Let me see if I can do one. Let's see. I can do one. How about, oh, there's quite a few here. Let's see. What's Morning Kick? But they want me to follow the script exactly, and I don't like that. Let's do a float tube. That's fun. All right, anglers, if you're ready to fish remote lakes or quiet rivers in total stealth mode, check out the Nevada Fishing Float Tube from Caddis Sports. This U-shaped beast is built for serious fishing missions. Ultra stable, super maneuverable, anti-communist, and tough as nails thanks to heavy-duty ripstop material and double-stitch seams, which are the best kind of seams, by the way. Everybody knows that. You get a padded backrest. Oh, I love the backrest. My back, it's so sore. Oversized seat, 2 large gear pockets. I need those for my stuff. Rod holder, stripping apron, and even a dry fly patch. Everything you need to stay locked in and ready when the bite is on. Fluorescent accents keep you visible out on the water and away from those commies. And carry handles make it easy to haul in and out. Whether you're chasing bass in the shallows or hiking into alpine trout lakes, those are the best kind of trout lakes. The Nevada float tube is built for the job. Use code RUMBLE at checkout for 10% off your order today. 10% off. All you need to use is the code RUMBLE. You know what to do. That's caddissports.com. CADDIS sports.com and caddissports.com. Get out there, stay light, and catch the big one. And don't be a communist. I wonder if they'll like the anti-communist sentiment that I put into my ad reads. I don't know. Nobody's ever said anything. For some reason, whilst I'm going through the chat, well, here we go. Okay. Chef Rico says, I like my rafts with an anti-communist bias. Everybody does. Every serious person does. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, you now need a permit to go inner tubing in Oregon. Oh, of course. Fucking leftists. They're commies. They're actually commies. I mean, isn't the mayor in Portland an actual fucking commie? A dirty, filthy commie. They're commies. I mean, Portland itself has obviously been taken over by communists. I mean, only communists could run things that badly. A permit to go to, it's just, they're anti-freedom. They're just completely and utterly anti-freedom. Let's see. Radio Streamer, for an ad read I don't normally hear you do, 8.8 out of 10 needs more commie hate. Listen, that's my first time reading that ad. I got a bunch of new ads to read here, so I'm working on the fly. I got some in. That's the best I could do. Radio Streamer says, great read. Well, thank you very much. All right. So let's check this out. So from Konstantin Kisin, he's done a bunch of like very viral like speeches, but it's clips from his speeches and interviews. He's very good at just crushing the woke, essentially. Just woke authoritarians and liars. And he's got one here, a prime one. This guy's actually particularly bad. He says, the people who claim they want to stop hate speech don't like it when their arguments are challenged, do they? Well, this is the whole thing, isn't it? Right? What do they consider to be hate speech? It's usually something that they just don't like.
If you kept interrupting me during the course of this conversation, which you have, and I perceive that to be motivated by the fact that you're from a Muslim background and I'm from a Jewish background, would that make that hate speech?
No.
My self-perception is that.
No, it's just that you're really slow at talking and my brain's already finished your sentence
But
for you.
my perception isn't that. You walked out of the room, and when you walk out of here, I'm going to turn to these guys and say, well, that was a lot of hate speech, wasn't it?
That's fine. You can say that that's hate speech.
And then you can be prosecuted.
It's absolutely fine for you to say that's hate speech if you want.
And then you can be prosecuted.
If me interrupting you is hate speech, and that's your definition of it, I tell you what, you are being disrespectful to the people who do receive hate speech. The enormous number of people who receive hate speech, real, clear,
so do I,
undeniable hate speech.
So do I.
And your sophistry right now is both transparent
and
not deeply disrespectful. And I warn you that most of your listeners will think to themselves, actually, Konstantin's being a bit of a dickhead right now.
That's interesting that you say that, because what I'm doing is I'm stress testing your argument. And the point I'm making to you is a person's self-perception can be manipulated. People can lie about how they perceive their the things that they experience. And sometimes people will use the law against other people when it's badly written. Don't you think that's true?
I do think it's true.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not really being a dickhead. I'm stress testing your argument. And calling me a dickhead might be considered hate speech.
No, it's not hate speech. It's just good observation.
Fine.
See, they have no principles, right? Just no principles whatsoever, just about power, right? Now, in the UK, you can be arrested for making somebody anxious, feeling anxiety or uncomfortable. And that's, in fact, let's do a quick, hold on. Let's do a quick fact check.
Fact check.
Okay, here we go. In the UK, someone can be arrested for actions that cause another person to feel anxiety or distress if those actions are deemed to be harassment or an offense under the Criminal Justice and Courts Act of 2015. So, of course, the hypocritical far left, and this guy is a Muslim as well, by the way, he wants people to be arrested for making him feel anxiety. If he says that he feels anxiety, obviously that's what he's saying. But he doesn't agree that it should go both ways. That he should also be he should also be subject to the same standards. This is the left in a nutshell, is it not? It's a rigged game. It is a rigged game, folks. Just how every, anti-hate group that's also getting government funding is for some reason only interested in what they call far-right hate. Far-right extremism, right? They're not interested in revolutionary communists, violent revolutionary communists. They're not interested in Antifa. These are all leftists. None of it is moderate. It's all extremism. Not interested. This is their whole game. The whole game. And in the UK, obviously they're winning. Obviously they're winning in the UK. And it's scary. It's actually scary, to be honest. And this guy is exposed here, but you can see this guy here
that to be
is clearly exposed. Hold on. Where is he? This guy here is clearly exposed in this, and you can see he doesn't have the slightest concern. He doesn't have the slightest concern that he sounds incoherent or that he sounds like a hypocrite, right? Not the slightest concern. He doesn't care because he knows he has the winds of fashion behind him, political fashion behind him. So he just doesn't care. He knows he's not going to be subject to the same rules. So he doesn't care. It's because they have no principles. It's just about power. And it turns out now it always has been, because all of those nice liberals from the past that were worried about free speech, right, human rights, it turns out they're not very concerned with free speech. They're not concerned at all, because the second they were told, the second the teleprompters and the institutions told them that actually free speech is bad and there's something called hate speech now, and and in fact, it's not noble to, and in fact, people aren't allowed to just speak their own mind. Unpopular ideas are not protected. As soon as the teleprompters told them that, they went along with it. They just said, yeah, we don't care about free speech anymore. Yeah, sure, we'll say we do, but we don't. We don't. Just overnight, they never cared about it in the first place. It was just a designer label they were wearing. That was it. They never cared. And the ones that did, well, they called them far right. And now most of them are actually with us. What's going on here? If it was up to the Canadian government, child labor would be allowed just to start taxing you earlier. Gen Xer, yeah, I think pretty much. I think you nailed it with this one.
Why are you working? You're just a baby?
I live in Canada. I have no choice but to work because of the libtard agenda.
That libtard agenda. One of the greatest multi-layered movie gags ever. Let's see. This is actually a classic, and I've always considered this to be one of the best gags ever out of like any of these movies, like Airplane or The Naked Gun, any of those movies. Let's take a look. I loved you in Wall Street. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. That's got to be the best gag of the movie. It's one of the best gags of all time. It really is. I loved you in Wall Street. Classic. Definitely going to get a copyright on that one. Look at these dogs. They're just having fun. This is a palate cleanser right here. I love just how it's just pure joy. Just pure unadulterated joy. It's nice. Come on. Throw the ball. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Here it comes. That just makes you feel. That's a palate cleanser right there. And let's see. We already saw this. Where there's no sheep to herd, it's just a cat. It really is just instinctual with them, isn't it? Yeah, you know what they say about herding cats? Dog complains until his treat is dipped in sauce. Well done. This dog is spoiled. He's pointing at the sauce. No, you gotta dip it. You gotta dip it too. Here we go. That is a spoiled dog right there. That's all right. That's all right. So what's this? This has gone viral for a reason. Give this legend an 08. What's an OAM? About China. Okay, let's hear.
Fucking government? The English don't protest about England here. The Asians don't protest about China or Japan here. Do they? But the Palestinians, they come here, they're bringing their shit here, and they're protesting about their fucking country. Here, we gotta have problems. Fucking idiots. Fucking government.
More and more people are feeling like this, I think. Oh, wait, it was an Order of Australia something, Order of Australia medal. Is that what it means? I think this sums up a lot of people. This is how I feel, right? Just stop. We just don't need it. That's enough. We've had enough now. Oh, the owners of the Green Dildo Factory from the WNBA. Let's check it out. Owners of the Green Dildo Factory. That's a good one. That's a classic. That's an instant classic, actually. Let's see. McCross says, I loved that scene myself. Are we talking about the Hot Shots one? It's classic. Loved you in Wall Street. Too funny. It is. It's brilliant. It's genius. It's like meta comedy or something. It's brilliant. Let's see. J says, in Portland, those dogs would need a permit to play with the ball launcher. They would, though, is the thing, right? They would. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, I wish he would have used the chopsticks to feed the dumpling to his dog just to rub it in. Let's see. Chef Rico says, talking about taking my guns is hate speech, damn straight. Let's see. Rosie says, libtard agenda. Yeah. Rogue Thought says, we're talking about the UK law where you could be arrested for making somebody feel anxiety just based on their word. I felt anxiety, arrest that person. That's literally the law in the UK. Law based on how someone feels, no intent question, no actual crime, just how you perceive it with the right skin color or sexual predilection. Absolutely dystopian. Yes, and it's a tool, it's a bludgeon from the left because it's only applied one way. Right? Only applied one way. It's a bludgeon from the left. UK's in deep trouble. Deep trouble. McCross says, for communism to prevail, you need deep ignorance and a billy club. Well, especially now. It's not like a new thing. Like, we know the history of it. Like, history is not confused about the consequences of communism. And neither should anybody else be. It's a tragedy for Western civilization that they somehow infiltrated every institution, but especially academia, and I've just been busy brainwashing generations of people. Let's see. All right. All right, let's keep moving. What are we? 3 hours and 26 minutes. Antonio tweets, yep, Jordan nails it with respect to the UK. So, yes, this is appropriate right now, isn't it?
I don't know if you guys in the UK understand how sad it is for us in Canada and in the United States to watch what you're doing to yourself. I mean, the UK is a great country. When I go there, I go to Oxford, I go to Cambridge, to these remarkable places in London, see your unbelievable deep history, understand how much the world owes the UK in terms of, say, the establishment of common law and decent government everywhere, including places like India. We owe the UK such an immense debt. And to watch you guys like spiral yourselves into the ground for this idiot, weak political correctness that's gone so far that you can allow your working class women to be raped en masse sadistically and say nothing about it and gaslight people who are telling the truth. It's so sickening. It's so demoralizing. It's almost unspeakable. We all pray, hope and pray here in Canada and the US that you get your act together and grow some spine again and put your damn country back together and stand up to these bloody psychopathic bullies and the woke green mob, because it would be a dreadful shame to lose you.
Yeah, I agree with that. It really is tragic, actually. Just this incredibly proud history. There is nothing to be ashamed of with the British Empire. The British should be extremely proud of that. It probably did more. It did. In fact, I think it almost certainly did more good for the world than anything else in the history. I mean, before the British Empire, empires didn't behave like that. Like they didn't bring, human rights and like rule of law, common law. They didn't abolish slavery. They enslaved everybody. In India before the British, they were still throwing widows onto funeral pyres with their dead husbands and burning them alive. Like the British did an enormous amount of good. It was an enormous good for humanity. Basically the birthplace of human rights. So it is tragic and horrible. And it's just, there's something so perverse about what's happening to them there. And it's so relentless. It's awful. It's awful to see them turn into, it's awful to see the British.
I don't know.
It's awful to see them turn into Airstrip 1. Let's see. What's this? More like a full body dry heave set to music. The Brooklyn Cyclones Elaine dance competition on Seinfeld night is a much watch. This is good. I thought you guys would enjoy this. I find there's just something kind of very wholesome about this. It's very amusing. I like it. I approve of this. Whoa. Hold on a second. Rogue thought? Rogue thought? Guess what? Hold on a second. Rogue Thought says, thanks for the show, Radio Baloney. Love this stream when I can catch it and love the commie hate. Rogue Thought donated $5 to the channel. Guess what? Can anybody guess what's coming? That is how you appeal to my greed right there. I would say absolutely. This is nature's greatest miracle. when I receive money. And this also makes Rogue Thought, as Rosie was earlier today, the best person ever to live, actually. And I forgot to do this part for Rosie earlier. I'm going to do it for her right now as well. Rogue Thought and Rosie, obviously better than any person who's ever lived, ever existed, right? Whoever you think, whoever your favorite person from the past, whoever you most admire from the past, compared to Rosie and Rogue Thought, dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Garbage. Human garbage. Because we know right now that it's Rogue Thought and Rosie that are the best people that have ever lived. It was Rosie was the best person who's ever lived, and now it's Rogue Thought as well. Better than everybody. And everybody else, I love you guys too. But, I mean, I got to call them like I see them. Anyway, one more time. It feels good. Feels good. Feels good. And all for less than the price of Greenland, if you can believe it. If you can believe it. Pretty good deal. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, Green Vest Lady nailed the Elaine dance. Yep. Much karma for Rogue Thought. You're right, Chef Rico. Best person ever. Let's see. I even liked the stream. Rogue Thought says, all right. Jeffrey says, well, Rosie keeps us from too much cursing. That's true. Let's never do another one of those clean weeks. Let's never do that again. It's just not right. Poland's PM with a mic drop moment. He's not messing around. I like this guy. Let's check this out. The Poles don't mess around. They're former communists, so they know what that stuff's all about. And we know about Cenk here. Chunk, some people call him. Let's check it out.
This brother isn't even American, so I don't know what the hell he's chanting USA for. I'll chant USA, not you, okay?
You ask me why I am in US now, because I was invited and I came here with my passport. Patrick invited me as a politician to come to US because as a European, I do recognize US as a leader of the free world and I pay my respect to this country. And I came here because I used to live under communism and Reagan with John Paul II freed our country. And I will be always grateful to the Republicans of the United States for the freedom of Poland and Europe.
Do you know what? This is exactly what I'm talking about. When I talk about in the 2024 election, there was a fork in the road in the United States. It was, on one hand, was the primrose path to disaster, right? To just decline, poverty, misery, the end of rule of law, just handing it all over, your history, your traditions, everything over to a bunch of communist vandals who would just burn it all to the ground and have you down on the floor crawling for their amusement, right? And then the other path was doubling down on Western civilization, doubling down on the principles of the United States and the values of the United States and capitalism and all of the things that actually have made, the United States, the height of human well-being, and it's not even close. But Western civilization as a whole, the height of human well-being, and it's not even close. There's no competitors. Right? What, was the Soviet Union a competitor? Seriously? I tell you what, the president of Poland doesn't agree. So this is what I'm talking about when I talk about that fork in the road. What he's talking about, a guy who lived under communism. Right? He gets it. He gets it. Do you want to be free? Do you want to be proud? Do you want your children to have a future? Do you want prosperity? Do you just want your own dignity? Well, there's only one path when you get to the fork in the road. There's only one path, and he gets it. This is what I'm talking about, right? When I talk about how, okay, there's tariffs, am I wild about the tariffs? Am I wild about some of the commentary about Governor of Canada, all that stuff? I don't like it. I think it was unnecessary and counterproductive, right? But I'm thinking bigger picture. I'm thinking Western civilization. I'm thinking, what kind of world are we going to live in, right? And I prefer the Trump vision. And we'll work out the tariffs and all that stuff. We'll figure that out. That stuff's all transitory, right? We can't allow our own freedom and our own dignity and that of our children to be transitory. That's what I'm talking about. And that's why I love what this guy just said. That's it. We need more of that. And I guess I saved my best speech for the end, didn't I? Because if I don't say so myself, that was pretty good. Let's see. But I mean every word of it. I mean, that's why I do this. That's why I started doing this in the first place. Because it does matter. I mean, what matters more than just like Western civilization? Look at this. Holy macaroni. J-Ham, $5. Guess what? We got some YouTube love coming right at us from J-Ham. J-Ham over on YouTube, thank you very much, sir. Appealing to my greed. It's a beautiful thing. Nature's greatest miracle. It's awesome. Better than all people who've ever lived. Anybody that anybody admires is wrong to admire them unless they're admiring you, because everybody else is dog shit aside from the other people who've donated tonight. Macross, I know you're there. Mercy for the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Nobody has ever said anything more true than that. And why? Why? Because Macross is. The greatest person who's ever lived, along with the other people who've donated tonight. Everybody else, I don't care what you think. I don't know how much, I don't care how much you admire anybody in history. Dog shit compared to these people. These are the best people, clearly, that have ever been born. Thank you, guys. Appealing to my greed. Nature's greatest miracle. Everybody loves it. It's coming fast and furious tonight. I just love it. I love it. I love it. This is the best thing ever. This is the best night ever, except for the night that Spambot gave me like 8 memberships. That was better, actually. That was better. Anyway, thanks you guys. Thanks everybody. It's awesome. I'm loving it. I earned it for that speech, for that Western civilization speech. All right. Let's see. What is going on here? Trudeau Survivor says, imagine being upset because a foreigner was patriotic for your country or just appreciative. But you see, Cenk, he hates the United States. He doesn't want that. He doesn't like it. He wants to change it. He wants to turn it into something terrible. He wants to turn it into some awful socialist state. Radio Streamer says, I also find it funny that they don't at least change their name to the Middle-Aged Turks. Rogue Thought says, guy who absolutely gets it. Yes, he does. That Polish president. Let's see. Chunky is a money-grubbing whore, Radio Streamer says, so that would be Cenk Uyghur, and I agree. Not a good guy. Let's see. The aging Turks, yeah. Well, weren't the young Turks the guys who did the Armenian genocide too? So that was a thing. Let's see. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, wise words. Jeff Rigo says, when this channel takes off, will Richie remember the peasants? No worries. It will never take off. So we don't have to worry. I don't even really want it to, I got to be honest. I like this. It's like, you know what it is? Like, what do we got? Like, we probably got, like a medium-sized coffee house crowd. So I'm in the corner with my acoustic guitar, cracking jokes and talking about singing protest songs, essentially. And you guys are throwing out lyrics at me and making requests and being part of the show too. I'd rather that than be in an arena where I can't even keep track of people. And I watch some of these streams where it's like flying, like you can't even keep track of it, right? So I'm fine with things the way they are right now. I like it. For me, it's good. It's like, it's fun for me because I know everybody and we can interact, and, I get to know everybody's, kind of personality even. And it's fun. I'm fine with it like this. And so I'll just keep, if you guys keep showing up, I'll just keep doing it. It's fun for me. Let's see. But if it does take off, of course, I'm going to forget about all of you. No, never. But yeah, don't worry. It won't. It won't. Let's see. Can we do another ad even? I don't think so. I think I've done my 3 for the evening, haven't I? Yeah, no. I can't do anymore. I'm at my limit. Let's see. Oh, God damn it. Hold on. There we go. All right. For some reason, it keeps... There we go. Okay. Raider Shimmer says, the Radio Baloney we all know and love. That's who Richie is. Raider Shimmer says. Let's see. Richie Dillon, JDL says. Raider Shimmer says, I just know him as the old commie hating political voice I love. Well, I am commie hating. I am. I can't deny that. Let's see. Okay, I think I've got all of the chat here. Do an ad read for the wig party. Well, write one and I'll do it. All right. What are we at next? We got to keep moving. We're getting on to 4 hours. We're 3 hours and 44 minutes. This dude testing fishing lures in the store. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's just kind of interesting.
Oh, maybe. Oh. I wanted to taste you here.
That's pretty smart, isn't it? Testing it that way? That's pretty smart. He knows which one. All right. So there was a purple dildo on this one. So I think we missed this one earlier. They just keep throwing dildos. I love it. Dills and vibes. And now they're gonna they're gonna play play in empty buildings so that nobody will throw dildos at them. It couldn't be more perfect. Let's see. You come to this club often. I can't play the music. God damn it. Or else there'll be 50 copyrights. Look at this little dog. What is with that little dog? That's pretty funny. Little dogs are weird. They're weird. So this is disgusting. Chief Nerd. New Yorkers are lining up for new breast milk flavored ice cream. How do you know when your city has become completely degenerate? It's this, and I don't know what it is. It's something natural in our brains, or something hardwired into our brains. Because yes, when we're babies, we have breast milk. But then when you become adult, everybody has kind of that gag reflex thinking about it. It becomes disgusting. It's like incest, right? Like normal, sane people. Just, there's that nature is telling you, don't do this for some reason, right? And I guess what happens with leftism is just all of your natural impulses and your intuitions just get overridden until you're just a complete weirdo, until you're just doing stupid things that wreck your life and are weird, right? And not helpful and bad for society. And I don't approve of this, and I can't believe this exists, but it actually exists apparently. Breast milk flavored ice cream. Yeah, there's no community notes on it. New Yorkers latching on to breast milk flavored ice cream. New York Post. New York Post. In fact, it's so unbelievable. I've got to check. Hold on.
Fact check.
Okay. It's real. Oh, God damn it. Continue without supporting us. I'll do that. Sorry. All right. New Yorkers latching on to new breast milk flavored ice cream in Brooklyn. Isn't all ice cream breast milk? Well, it's not. I mean, I think we're talking about is human breast milk. You dummy. It's actually, I mean, that's the thing. It's so gross. I assumed I didn't want to accept that this is what they've come to in New York. Of course they're voting in a fucking commie. They've got no sense whatsoever. It's just totally degenerate.
I'm Catherine Dunleavy, and today we're in Dumbo, where people are lining up around the block to try breast milk flavored ice cream. Some people have described it as fruity, while others say it has more of a vanilla taste to it. But we're going to find out why people are even trying it in the first place. Why you came out to try the ice cream today?
It's super interesting, and it's free.
I'm an ice cream lover. I actually walked over a mile to get here.
I came down because I saw the post on Instagram, and since I have a baby and I'm a breastfeeding mom, I thought it would be cool to try something like this.
I had seen this, heard about this on the NYC Free, and was happened to be in Dumbo.
Tell us what you expect it to taste like.
From what I've read, it tastes like honey. That was good enough for me.
Added nutrients and minerals and stuff like that in there. I feel like it'll taste salty, but I feel like it could work, a little sweet, a little salty. It's got a good, it's like putting like salt on your vanilla ice cream.
Have you tried breast milk before?
I've tried my own, yes. I always said it kind of tastes like leftover like cereal milk, like a little sweeter, I think, than regular milk.
Do you know what? They deserve to be ruled by a commie. They deserve it for doing this. This is disgusting. You don't have to break every taboo, do you, to be cool? Can't you just leave a few of them, right? You don't have to drink breast milk flavored ice cream. It's not even cool. What is even the point of this? Is it just simply to be degenerate? Is it just simply about breaking every taboo? I mean, how many of these people are married to their first cousins? Probably a bunch of them. It's just wrong. No, it's wrong. All of these people should be hauled off to prison immediately, some sort of camp. That's what I say.
Right to jail, right away.
Yes, right away, immediately. The police should have been waiting there on opening day for them to unlock the doors for the people to walk in so they could just immediately arrest them before they could do something disgusting, like eat some breast milk flavored ice cream. They should have been there immediately. They should have said, hands up against the wall, scumbags. Not in my city. Not in my city. But of course, it's a fucking commie city now, right? They're all, I'm sure these people, if you're going out of your way to get breast milk flavored ice cream, you're voting for the commie. You have no sense. You're an imbecile. You want to live in a degenerate, disgusting city full of freaks like yourself. You would have thought, too, the guy looks kind of normal. He's not. He likes to eat breast milk flavored ice cream. That ain't normal. That's not okay. Straight to prison. Maybe we need to open up re-education camps. They're always talking about re-education camps. Maybe we need to be on top of this. You can't have people just going around eating breast milk flavored milk. It's fucking gross. It's disgusting. It's degenerate. You can't have it. I'm sorry. I mean, this makes throwing green dildos onto the court at a WNBA game seem like perfectly wholesome by comparison. And it is funnier, too. It has that advantage. This is not funny. This is gross. These are people whose brains have been taken over by an idea pathogen, by the woke mind virus. And I always say, and I'm not being facetious, that they lose their agency, they lose their free will. What proves it more than this? These are zombies, people. These are zombies, all right? Breast milk flavored ice cream? What would possess a normal, healthy, well-adjusted person to go out of their way and spend money to eat something disgusting? Normal humans wouldn't do that. These are woke zombies, people. They've been parasitized, and they can't even control anymore. I mean, if they could be cured, I'm not even sure if you can be cured at this point. If they could, they would never be able to live with the shame of what they've done. That's it. You know what? I have always been opposed to capital punishment because I just don't trust the government. Now I say you have to bring it back. Public hangings. I'm sorry. Public hangings. No. People, we need to set an example here. Every one of them. They got to set up stings in every city where they open these places up. Just get them right away. Round them up. Public hangings. Every single one of them. Because it's just wrong. That's what I'm saying. Macross says, supposedly breast milk has medicinal properties. Well, of course it does, but Radio Streamer makes a great point here. For babies and toddlers, yes, not grown men. Not grown men. No words have ever been more true than that. Not grown men or women. It's wrong. It's just wrong. Don't make excuses for them. Lacrosse says the same can be said for cow milk. No, they're not humans. This is like cannibalism, okay? And it's okay for babies. They need it. But grown-ups, no, it's wrong. There's a reason there's a taboo against it. Trudeau Survivor says, Rosie might go for breast milk ice cream if it was chocolate flavored, right? No, you know what? I don't even know what you guys think about this. I don't want to know. I don't want to be disturbed. Rosie says, I do not see the appeal. I nursed for 6 years. Nothing appealing about ice cream of this kind. Yes, 100%. Everybody listen to Rosie. Let's see. This last part of the show has been way better. The last hour has been way better than the first 3 hours, hasn't it? It's just been much better. I've been in much better form. I don't know what happened. Let's see. Macross says it's not great, real breast milk. Just give it up, Macross. Give it up. I'm sorry, man. I cannot give you a break on this. I'm not cutting you a break on this. Have a hamburger instead. Eat beef. Have a hamburger instead, man. No, I'm not cutting you any slack on this at all. Somebody's got to tell you the truth. Let's see. Let's see. Cross says this was on another blog and they looked up the ingredients. I'm not even interested. I don't even go there. I feel like when you do something like that, like to look up the ingredients, it's staring into the abyss, and you know what happens? It stares back at you. I think you lose a part of your soul when you do things like that. So no, we're not going there. All right. Anyway, let's just leave this. Let's never speak of this again. Otherwise, I'm going to go back on another rant, and you guys don't want that. I'm very judgy about the human mother's milk flavored ice cream. Extremely judgy. I'm like a regular Puritan on this issue. A deer gets his antlers stuck in a rope tied high up on a tree branch. While he's trying to escape, it turns into a rope swing as these men tried to save him. I feel bad for this thing.
Hey, come in. Come in. Bro, this motherfucker.
Oh, got some wicked kicks, dude.
Oh, the tree is gonna. Let me go get my pole saw.
He's about.
Yeah, he's about done.
His tongue's hanging out. He's gonna fucking. But air bub? Oh, jeez, that freaking big, man. Fucking big. Slow down there. He like does make a beeline for it.
Right there. Yep. Get the knife. Get the knife.
Let's go. Just took his horns off, boy.
So it had a good ending. But I mean, that's brave because you know what? That thing could mess you up with those antlers. That could mess you up good. I mean, that's not a small deer either. But a happy ending. That's a good palate cleanser right there. Let's see. Do we want to do, maybe we'll save this one for Sunday night or maybe for the premium stream on Monday. Let's see. Candace Owens Spears. Maybe we'll save this one too. I got to save some of it. Time for a bath. This is just funny. I love this. When your dog hears it's time for a bath.
Do you want to take a bath?
Hold on. We've got to pause. Rosie is an earth angel. Did you guys know that? If you guys didn't know that, I'm confirming it right now. Rosie has gifted a subscription to the channel to Macross. This is a beautiful moment. Hold on. So, and I don't say best person ever lightly. I don't say it lightly. In fact, put some of your ideas of who the best person in history or your heroes that you admire, put them in the chat right now. Put them in the chat right now because we're going to compare them to Rosie. Because Rosie, I mean, it's official at this point. Best person ever. Put some of your ideas in there and let's see if they stack up to Rosie. I got a feeling they won't. Put them in the chat right now. Who do you think is a superhuman being? They're an awesome person from the past. Because when I say that Rosie is the best person that's ever lived, I'm talking about all of history here, right? I'm not just talking about like North. I'm talking about all of history here. History right now into the future. Rosie says, my mom turns 90 this month. Best person ever. My mom turns 90 this month. Well, we'll give your mom an official. Let me know when your mom's birthday is. We're going to give her an honorary best person ever. Let's see. You guys aren't putting any examples in there in the chat. It was gifted to Macross. Who do you guys think was just put in who like personal heroes? All right. We're going to compare them to Rosie. Put it in the chat. Let me know what you guys think. Chef Rico says Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, morons. All human garbage compared to Rosie. Let's just reestablish this fact. Gifting memberships to my channel is probably, well, I'm going to say probably, it is nature's greatest miracle. It's a beautiful thing. And I think everybody admires it. I think as a gesture, as an accomplishment, I think everybody admires it. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you very much. Trudeau Survivor says, Brigitte Macron is my male idol. Human garbage. Chef Rigo says, not doing Mother Teresa rabbit hole again. Mother Teresa, also human garbage. Rogue Thought says, Jesus, then that guy who paid me back $100, then Rosie way up there. Well, but I mean, Jesus wasn't really a person. I mean, he was a person, but not really, so we can't really include Jesus in it. Different category. Let's see. The guy who paid you back $100, dog shit. Human garbage. There we go. That's what I was asking for. All right. Thank you, Rosie. That was awesome. All right, let's continue on with the dog video.
Wait, no!
Let's go take a bath. There it is, buddy. Get the treat. It's right there.
You ready to go take your bath?
Want to get a bath?
Y'all ready to take a bath?
You ready to take a bath? Where you going? Hey.
Maggie, it's time for your bath. Maggie, it's bath time.
Joe, let's go get in the tub.
That is immoral, Mr. Poilievre.
Let's go get in the tub.
No, let's go get in the
It's time for a bath. It's time for a bath.
Take a bath. You stink. You smell.
Do you want to go for a ride? Or how about let's go take a bath?
No, I don't see a dog over here. You ready for your bath, Wendy?
I've been a good boy, please! I've been such a good boy! Don't do it! No!
Come on. It's time for a bath.
Come back over here. Come back here. Come on. We're not done. Hey! Hey!
Come on, let's go take a bath. Let's go take a bath.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right. Let's move on. Remember when Joe Biden blamed AIDS on Elton John? Okay. We've seen this before, but it's kind of a timeless classic. Let's check it out again.
By the way, it's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS fight HIV/AIDS. By the way,
his face there. Oh God, Biden was out of it in 2019. Obviously, out of it in 2019. Just amazing that guy got elected. Wow, just a stutter. Rogue Thought says. Rosie says the one hiding behind the. I know that one. It wasn't. It was just a little plant in the corner. That was funny. All right. Let's move on. Let's see. This is the last one, I guess. All right. Let's do it. Truth teller. Breaking. Why is the FBI harassing a 12-year-old minding his business at home? Well, even though we don't really have time to do this tonight, we're going to finally do this one. FBI visits 12-year-old who achieved nuclear fusion in his bedroom. Tech Times. So we will have to find this. Tech Times. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Tech Times. FBI visits boy who built nuclear reactor in his home. Okay. Well, here's a different one. What's this one? Hold on. I want to find the Tech World one. Not really showing up though, that one. What about Sustainability Times? What's that? Okay, well, we can check it out. All right, here we go. From Sustainability Times, green news on tech, business, and the environment. So this was from June 14th, 2025. I feel like I've been ignoring this story for way longer than that. Rosie's saying, fusion, nope, la, 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 I cannot listen to this. Too many times of not being able to listen to it. Be careful. This is a lesson. Be careful of what you wish for. I would have just kept getting to this one as the last story and then saying I didn't have time. We'll have to do it next time. I would have just kept doing this forever. Trudeau's Drive says it would be funny if the stream died right now. It would be. I kind of wish it would, actually. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look. FBI at the door. A 12-year-old's bedroom science experiment triggers federal response and alarms national security experts. I think I did hear something about this. Didn't he use like things from like smoke detectors or something? In an astonishing display of youthful ingenuity, 12-year-old Jackson Oswalt from Memphis, Tennessee, achieved a remarkable scientific milestone by successfully conducting nuclear fusion in his bedroom, capturing the attention of the scientific community and federal authorities alike. And the world is definitely not going to blow up. The world is definitely not going to be blown up by some kid in his bedroom. Well, I think they got some video here. So what's going on here? Let's get some volume.
In a story straight out of science fiction, 12-year-old Jackson Oswalt from Memphis built a nuclear fuser in his bedroom and actually achieved fusion. His experiment earned him a spot in the Guinness World Records and a visit from the FBI, who confirmed there was no harmful radiation leaking. Jackson's journey went from DIY fusion to joining AI Lab Midjourney, where he works on advanced hardware interfaces, showing that youthful curiosity can drive groundbreaking science. His story raises big questions. Could homegrown fusion fuel the clean energy revolution? And how do we regulate it safely?
So, I don't know. It doesn't feel real to me. I'm not sure I believe it. How did he do it? 10 quite a few another place. Okay. And he enjoyed video games. He embarked on creating a fusor, experimental reactor capable of generating plasma with parts sourced from eBay and self-constructed vacuum chamber. Jackson meticulously worked towards his goal, successfully fused 2 deuterium atoms. Where did he get those from? Did he get deuterium atoms from eBay? This achievement was promptly verified by the scientific community on fusor.net, officially recognized him as the youngest person to achieve nuclear fusion in a home setting. This should make us a little bit uneasy, right? Who's the next kid who's going to want to, do gain of function research on a bat virus in his bedroom? I guess this is maybe a solution to the Fermi paradox, right? Like as soon as you get to a certain level of technology and it becomes cheap enough that you just, some lunatic does something insane that just blows up the planet or kills everybody in some other way, creates some super virus or something. I don't know. Maybe this is a solution to it. This is why we don't see like aliens all over the place. We don't see like what do you call those things? Dyson spheres and stuff like that, and massive mega engineering around stars and stuff. It's because you just blow yourself up. I mean, if you got like a 12-year-old building a fusion reactor with stuff he bought from eBay and somehow getting a hold of deuterium atoms, I don't even know how you do that. I mean, I don't know. He's like a harbinger of the apocalypse, I think. What's he got to do next? Create like some black hole that swallows the earth? I don't know. All I know is they got to keep an eye on this kid. So, anyway, I think this is terrifying. Totally terrifying. I just got to watch the weather to calm myself down for a moment. It looks good in Mexico. Nice weather there. Mexico's looking great. Love the weather in Spain and Bosnia, too. I don't know what's Romania. Great weather. Yes, great weather there. Bouncy weather. All right. So what do you guys say? So we're 4 hours and 10 minutes. I think that's it, right? I think we're good for the night, aren't we? All right. Let's see. The science, the early years, Rogue Thought. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. McCross says, isn't it nuclear fission? Fusion is different piece. It is, but it sounds like they actually did fusion. He actually did fusion. I think the problem with fusion is doing it and getting more energy out than you put in to do the fusion, I think. Let's see. Chef Rico says, great minds come from Tennessee. Ain't that right, Rosie? I think they do, in my opinion. That's true. Rogue Thought says they had a case like this 20 years ago. A kid 13-ish gathered nuclear material from old exit signs, etc., and attempted to create nuclear reactor. I think that's the one I heard about. Yeah. Let's see. He's young Sheldon. Let's see. All right. Let's finish this off. Rogue Thought says fusion, very doubtful. Well, yeah, don't they need what do they call them? Tokamaks? And they're like super big and expensive and stuff. Let's see. His dad coincidentally works at the FBI, Trudeau Survivor says. Yep. Radio Streamer says, with some kind of uncharacteristic nastiness, I will say, that asshat wouldn't be smart enough to build this. Even more impressive is that an early teen owns a lab coat, Rosie says. That's a great point. It's a great point. Let's see. I would say uncharacteristic bitterness, it sounds like from Radio Streamer there. That asshat wouldn't be smart enough to build this. And I'm very suspicious of the whole story myself. I got to be honest, Streamer. Cross says fusion is just a dream, though. Even scientists haven't achieved fusion. Fusion is what the sun does. Well, no, they have. It's just the question is because it's like a fusion reactor, but they can't. I think they may have been a couple of things where they managed to get a little bit more energy out of the fusion reaction than they had to use to get the fusion reaction, because there's fusion bombs, so fusion can be done, right? The problem is getting more. Are there fusion bombs? I don't know. It's so late. I don't know. What am I talking about? But I know that they have achieved fusion. It's just, for the dream of having a fusion reactor, they're having trouble getting more energy out than you put in. And that's, let's see. Let's see. Because if you had a fusion bomb, well, then you would be getting more energy out than you put in, wouldn't you? So I don't know. I don't know anymore. All I know is that I hate that kid, that fusion kid. I hate him. Hate him. Don't trust him. Don't trust him as far as I can throw him. They should never let that kid get his hands on any deuterium ever again. Should be banned. JM says, very brief periods of fusion are not too difficult. Making it long-lasting is a real problem. Yeah. Shavrigo says, unlike electric windmills, they seem like just a total boondoggle. And if you ever see those, like that landscape with all those windmills, they're never turning. Every time I've seen that, they're never turning. They're never doing anything. Sherman says there was a joke about Dr. Fauci in the early years. Oh, okay. So did I miss that? I don't know. I hate them both. That fusion kid and Dr. Fauci. Fauci is an asshat. I see Radio Streamer said. That's it. See, I was fine with you calling the kid an asset too, though. I was fine with that. In fact, I actually preferred that. I don't trust that kid. Let's see. Chef Rico says, well, I'm always on the lookout for my next ex-wife. Very well. Very well done. I hope you find her. All right. I've had 2 ex-wives myself, so, I'm good at that. I am good at that. I've lived. Hasn't been great, but I've lived. Let's see. I guess that's it, folks. We're 4 hours and 16 minutes in, and we've done everything. We finally got to the Fusion Kid. So I got to find another one now that that's interesting, but I don't really want to do, and I can just keep putting off for months until you guys threaten to unsubscribe if I don't do it. So we got to come up with another one. All right, everybody. Thank you, you guys. You guys are always awesome. I think you guys were very on your game tonight, by the way, actually. I mean, aside from the all the donations, which were wonderful, and the channel subscriptions, memberships. But no, you guys were very sharp just in general tonight, which makes it fun for me because otherwise it's terrible. I think the last hour and 15 were by far the best time in the show. And the first few hours were a little bit dry. So I don't know, maybe I got to change it up a little bit. There was too much Canadian news for one, I think, wasn't there? Too much. I had to change it up. Either make the show a bit shorter, just have less stuff. But it's weird. Sometimes it seems like I just don't, aside from the content that we're dealing with, sometimes I just don't really get up and running until at least the second half of the show. But again, maybe that's just doing some of the kind of the dry content. So I don't know. We got to figure something out. I'll be up for suggestions, you guys. Nothing that makes me have to do anything hard or spend a lot more time doing anything. Holy macaroni. I almost shut down the show, and look at this. Chef Rico. Holy macaroni. What a beautiful evening this has been. Chef Rico appealing to my greed. $5 donation. Nature's greatest miracle. Every other person who has ever lived or ever will live or lives now, except for the other people who've donated to the channel in some way tonight, are all human garbage. I don't care who your hero is. I don't care. Isaac Newton, human garbage. Human garbage. I don't care. I don't care who you're talking about, right? I don't know. Maybe I love, Joan of Arc or something. Dog shit by comparison. Dog shit. Helen Keller. Maybe you like Helen Keller. I mean, for me, the perfect woman. But still, I'm afraid compared to Chef Rico, dog shit. Garbage human. Garbage human. One more time. Good times. Good times. Chef Rico says this is the funniest stream ever. This is a pretty good one. All right, and it's late for Rosie. 2:48. Yikes. Sorry, you're going to be tired tomorrow. Rogue Thought says, Chef Rico, awesome guy, the best guy, except for the others. Well, they're all together the best ever. So that's just the way it works. All right, everybody. I'm wiped out. I'm super tired. Thanks, everyone. You guys are awesome. If it wasn't for you guys, I would not bother doing this because I would just be ranting to a cold and indifferent universe, and that would be depressing. But it's not depressing because you guys are here. Thanks so much. You guys have a great weekend, and we'll see you Sunday. We'll see you Sunday. Good night, everyone.